powerful OpenClaw agent. We just handle the hosting, the security, the infrastructure. You're never going to accidentally discover your OpenClaw instance was publicly available on the internet. You sign in and start working. It just makes OpenClaw much more easier and accessible, especially if you're not the type of person that wants to manage your own environment. And the coolest thing that we've found, quite honestly, is once those barriers dropped, once we've got folks who were interested in OpenClaw but didn't quite know how to get started using KiloClaw, the use cases just started exploding. And so we started hearing from KiloClaw customers all over the world that they're actually using OpenClaw and KiloClaw in their day-to-day lives. They're running small businesses using it to manage operations, handle customer communications, automate workflows, even students managing their schedule and research projects. People organizing their personal and professional lives with it, not only developers, but also people who just found the power of having an awesome, always on AI agent and figured out what to do with it. And that's what today is all about. You're going to hear from amazing speakers. We got folks from Nvidia, maybe you've heard of them, small company, RC AI, Exa, Neurowatt. We've got 2 OpenClaw core maintainers talking about kind of how they think about OpenClaw and how they use it. And the most important thing is everyone's going to talk about real use cases and practical tips that you're going to walk away with today. So there's no theoretical use cases. There's no, turn to chapter 3 and let's start reading together. These are things that people are really doing right now that are saving them real time every single day. But before I kind of jump into these kind of great speakers, I want to talk about why this moment really, really matters. Because like I said at the beginning of kind of the talk, is that I don't think the world truly understands how powerful and how transformational these agents are. Most people still think of AI as a chatbot. You ask it something, it answers, you move on, have a good day. But proactive personal agents are a completely different thing. They don't just respond, they take action. You hand them a task, they break it down, figure out the steps, execute. And that's fundamentally a different capability. And that's when the magic happens. When you pair kind of this awesome, always on autonomous agent with an open platform like Kilo, where you can choose from hundreds of models, see what's happening under the hood, and only pay for what you use, we've just really seen people starting to do things that honestly nobody ever planned for. And honestly, that's the most exciting part about this, and exactly why we're here today. Today's all about the people who are experimenting, they're building things that worked, and that are making this part of their everyday workflow. And I'm going to kind of cut it short here because I know there's a lot of great content and you're definitely not here to see me babble about how excited I am about OpenClaw. But before I do, I really do want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for building with us. Thank you for kind of helping to make this amazing OpenClaw community. Let's enjoy ClawShop, the first of many, and let's go. Thanks, Brian. Thanks for having me, and let's kick it off with some great speakers.
Yeah, let's do it. Thanks so much, Scott. That got me fired up. I see we got the audience on YouTube here excited too. So we'll go ahead and get going. But cool. I'm going to trade you off for Brendan here. We'll
upgrade.
Thanks, Scott.
See ya.
All right, cool. Welcome, everybody. I'm joined by my colleague, Brendan here, who has a much better camera than I do. And we're going to kick off this first session until 11:30, where we have as Scott mentioned, a guest from a little company called Nvidia that you might have heard of before. And we're going to just walk you through what KiloClaw is and how to set it up. So if you all want to follow along with us, you'll be able to have an up and running KiloClaw for free by the end of the session at 11:30. So I have a couple resources for you to get started here. And I'm going to share my screen. And we have this fun little game that Brendan's KiloClaw, actually designed for some other conferences we did around OpenClaw. And I think you guys are going to like it. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. And here we go. And I hope you all can see that.
Oh, it was there. Oh, there it is. Yep, I got it. Yep.
Okay, great. So I know there's a slight delay on YouTube, so I'm going to give it a second. But this is a QR code that gets all of you here as a special offer for ClawShop, 1 month of free hosting for KiloClaw. But if you all fill this crab bucket, and you can do that by scanning the QR code here, you'll get 2 months free of KiloClaw. So I know there's a slight delay, so I'm going to give it a minute. But if anyone's watching on YouTube on their desktop, go ahead and start scanning this QR code. And what it's going to do is it's gonna fill up. And I already see some people sending it in here. It's going to fill up this bucket. And if we reach the top of the bucket of crabs, you all will get 2 months free of KiloClaw hosting. And again, this was built entirely by Brendan's KiloClaw. And we're going to walk you through kind of how to set it up in a minute so you can do similar things. But I already see the crab bucket filling up here, which is awesome.
Yeah, of interest. I was trying to build it, and I had promised it to Brian, and had forgotten my promise. And then
Woo! All right, we just
actually.
it.
Oh
Go
no!
ahead, go
Oh
ahead,
my
Brandon.
gosh! Yeah, I was gonna say I kicked it off. Actually, was getting on a plane to go to an in-person ClawCon in San Francisco. I don't know, somewhere. And yeah, we were really excited that that my KiloClaw was able to make this. It had a little help finishing it from Brian, but yeah, it mostly did this on its own, which was great.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Brendan, and thanks, Brendan's Claw, especially. All right, cool. So we already hit the 2 months. That's awesome. I'm gonna leave this up for a minute because I see people still scanning. But I'm just gonna kind of give you all a rundown of what we're gonna go over in this session. So again, I'm Brian, developer relations at Kilo. For anyone who just joined, I see some people still trickling in here. And today is all going to be all about practical takeaways with real workflows that you can walk away with and put to work today. So this first session, we're going to walk you through how to get started with KiloClaw. You can follow along with us to get your own KiloClaw up and running alongside us. And by the time our guest Chris from Nvidia is on stage, you can have an OpenClaw up and serving you a daily briefing every morning, which is going to be the first use case that we put together with each other. But first, I want to share with all of you some resources that will not only help you, throughout the event, but also just a good resource to keep in your back pocket when you're working with KiloClaw or OpenClaw afterwards. So again, this first session will cover what KiloClaw is. We'll go over starting a KiloClaw instance for free, setting up a morning briefing use case through your KiloClaw, showing you where you can connect other platforms like Google, GitHub, etc. And then we'll show you where you can find inspiration for other use cases you might want to build with your claw. All right, cool. So the crab bucket is very full. That's awesome. So you all, if you make I'll teach you how to make a free trial of KiloClaw. And then after the workshop is over, we'll make sure to extend your trial so that you get 2 months free of KiloClaw here. But I want to share this link with you all, which is, and I hope my screen adjusted. Yep. Which is the kind of buddy guide for the ClawShop event. So if you want to scan this QR or go to the site kilo.codes/buddy, you'll see there's a walkthrough, there's information about the speakers, and some resources that we'll use together to get your claw up and running as the event continues. So I'm going to give everyone a minute to scan that. And Brendan, maybe while people are scanning it, I think it'd be cool to kind of give a history of your own experience with OpenClaw in general. Maybe you can walk us through like the first time you heard about it, some early use cases, and then now to what your KiloClaw is doing.
Yeah, I heard about it. Gosh, when did we go to Spain? Do you remember? We had an offsite in Spain. I
Late
heard about
January, I think.
Yeah, late January. So I heard about it like right before then. I know because I have like a Mac desktop here in my office, and I like installed it. Right, that was like kind of maybe the early experience that people had. Like, oh, install this on your Mac. That's what Peter, who created it, does. So just do it.
Yeah.
And then we were in Spain together. We had a company offsite in Spain, and my like OpenClaw bot was running on my Mac, and it ended up doing a bunch of. I was having to do like email triage. Running it on my Mac, it had access to my whole life. Like it could act as me. And it started archiving like emails that I needed. And I panicked in Spain and like uninstalled it remotely. And yeah, so then came back and realized, okay, like I need to like be a little smarter about what I give it access to and set it up in a VPS. Of course, then that had its own issues that like I had to like dial into the VPS, and I a couple times got disconnected from that, and it was kind of a pain.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had it doing a lot of stuff for me, like any deep research that I wanted done, like for blogs that I'm writing. That's kind of what I started doing, is like, hey, if it can Google for me and like kind of like do that pre-research stuff, it can make me a lot faster in writing. But then slowly I expanded to do a lot more. Like it does all kinds of like issue triage for me. I ended up creating Pinch Bench, which we'll talk about a little bit later, which is a benchmark for OpenClaw. My OpenClaw agent, and then now my Kilo Claw agent, like manages that all for me. It like does the triage. If you've ever opened an issue on Pinch Bench, you've run into that. And so now it does a lot of like helping me like in a way that, you know, an assistant would. And I set it up with its own accounts like an assistant would have. So it has its own GitHub account. It has its own GitLab account. It has its own email account. And that's part of the inspiration for how we've started to use it, you know, in Kilo Claw that we'll see in a minute here. Is like, how can we not just give it YOLO, you know, permissions to your entire life on your Mac to act as you, but like, how can we work a middle ground where it's like super useful, but also not super dangerous? So
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And I think we've given maybe people enough time to scan this, but if you are joining late, I'm going to put this in the chat here in YouTube. It's just kilo.codes/buddy. That's how you get to this kind of workshop guide here, which has links to all of our speakers and the sessions that are coming up throughout the day here in the upper right corner. And then probably the most important thing for this session is a button to sign up for your free trial of Kilo Claw. So you're just going to go ahead and click that when you get a chance, because I'm going to walk you all through exactly what that setup looks like. And I'll make sure that you all have a working Kilo Claw by the next 15 minutes. And some other interesting things on this page here. We have our OpenClaw starter prompts, which are some prompts that you can use to set up some basic use cases with Kilo Claw, which we'll go over shortly too. And then some more advanced setup directions, which you can do after the call. And at the bottom here, we have some resources where you can find Kilo Claw/OpenClaw use cases here called Claw Bites, which we'll go over at the end again. And our Pinch Bench benchmark, which benchmarks models and their performance within OpenClaw that was created by our very special guest on stage here, Brendan. Okay. So everyone click this button here. Anyone who wants to start a Kilo Claw with me, make sure we click this button. And I'm going to show you what happens when you click that button and walk you through exactly what to do.
I also dropped the full link in X if anybody's watching on X, and dropped the link again if anybody's having trouble getting to it. And yeah, if you're having trouble, you can also go to app.kilo.ai/claw, and it'll get you there to the same place.
Cool. Yeah, so if you're not, again, I see some people saying the QR doesn't work, but if it doesn't work, Brendan threw it in the chat here in YouTube and X. There's a link to that buddy guide, and we'll send it after the call as well. But as Brendan mentioned, you can also just cut right to app.kilo.ai/claw. Go down here, you'll see you're on the Kilo Claw item on the left-hand menu here. And you'll see when you first get started and you're making a new Kilo Claw, you'll see these three options, right? And these are our auto routing model options. So you can choose from any of the 500 plus supported options that are available in Kilo to run your agent, your OpenClaw agent. Or you can choose between these auto routers, which dynamically switch between frontier models, free models if you want, and then balance models, which are paid models, but maybe not quite as powerful as the frontier models, but a little bit more cost effective. So Frontier Auto Router switches between Claude Opus 4.6 and Sonnet, depending on what task it's doing. Balance uses Kimi K2.5 and Minimax M2.7, and Free uses Minimax M2.5 right now, but we change the models on the back end as new models come out, so that you never have to worry about switching to the latest Frontier model or the latest Free model. So for the sake of following along with me during this session, you can pick Free, or you can add credits to your Kilo profile and pick one of the paid models. But if you want to get started for free right now, we can pick the free model, and you'll just click Get Started. And this will basically start an onboarding wizard for your Kilo Claw agent. And then you'll be asked some questions about kind of the identity that you want your agent to have. And again, OpenClaw, for those who don't know, it's a 24/7, always on proactive AI agent that can basically do things for you while you're offline, can make decisions on its own, can do automated workflows on a regular cadence. So the difference between this and something like ChatGPT is ChatGPT is a reactive chat agent where you have to prompt it to get a response every single time. OpenClaw can go ahead and do things on its own for you, depending on the use cases that you want to set up. And you can pretty much generate use cases by just chatting with the agent and asking it to do things on a regular cadence. So we can call our bot maybe ClawShop bot. And then we can go ahead and pick an emoji, which it'll use as its identity in the chat. Maybe we'll pick this festival emoji here because it's an event. And then you can kind of choose a personality. So you can choose between AI assistant, virtual companion, that's maybe a little bit more friendly and casual, a digital creature, which is quirky, alive, and unpredictable, or something you want to define yourself. We'll go ahead and pick AI assistant here. And I'm just going to give everyone a minute to catch up to me, make sure we're all on the same page. Okay, cool. So we'll go ahead and click continue. And now we'll be asked to set the bot permissions. So for anyone who's not 100% familiar with OpenClaw, again, it's a very permissive, proactive agent, which means that it will make decisions on its own accord, and it will be really aggressive in fulfilling the requests that you give it. So that means that depending on how much sensitive information you give it, you might want it to pause and ask for permission before it takes action. Or you can do what I'm going to do for the sake of this demo, which is give it access to everything, basically give it permission to do whatever it wants based on your prompt. And the reason why this mode is a little bit safer in KiloClaw versus the regular OpenClaw that you host on your local machine is that KiloClaw is cloud hosted and fully managed OpenClaw. So it's still OpenClaw, but it's hosted on a virtual machine that's sandboxed in the cloud. So it won't have access to anything that you don't explicitly give it access to. So it's a little bit safer to go ahead and pick allow everything. And then later, just be careful not to give it any sensitive information or give it access to go out and message people that you don't want it to message, etc. But we'll go ahead and pick allow everything. And now you can pick where you want to chat with your KiloClaw bot. So a lot of popular options for OpenClaw is Telegram, Discord, and Slack. So basically, this will walk you through how to set up Telegram so that once your bot is up and running, you can communicate it with it through the Telegram app on your phone or computer or desktop. You just follow these instructions and get a bot token. But KiloClaw actually has a native built-in chat on the web, which we're going to use for this session. So you can go ahead and click skip for now. Okay, and now you'll see that our instance is ready. So our KiloClaw, our OpenClaw agent has been provisioned and configured on the Sandbox Cloud virtual machine with the settings based on the options that we filled in through the onboarding wizard. So you can actually go ahead and open the native OpenClaw dashboard if you want. So anyone who's set up OpenClaw themselves, this will look familiar, but this can be a little bit daunting. It's not the easiest UI to navigate. So what we're actually going to do is close the wizard, and we can control and configure things right from the Kilo dashboard here. So we can see some information about our agent. We can see that it's running. We can restart it if we want. We can upgrade to the latest version, and that's fully managed upgrade. So whenever there's a new version of OpenClaw, you can come here and upgrade and redeploy, and nothing will break in your instance. We have OpenClaw Doctor, which helps us figure out if anything's wrong with our OpenClaw agent. And then we have an option to recover things if something breaks with the Kilo Cloud agent. Cool. So on the left side here, we can see we have two other options, which are settings and chat. And I'm actually going to jump over to a different instance that I already have running. But chat is where we can go ahead and start talking to our agent. So if you're on the buddy guide, I'm going to jump back over to that right now. If you scroll down and click OpenClaw and go down to OpenClaw starter prompts here, you can click this button and click view starter prompts. And what this brings up are some prompts that'll help you kind of configure your OpenClaw agent through chat, with some kind of insider tips to make sure that it's a bit more secure and a bit more pragmatic about its approach to fulfilling your requests. And we also have some use cases that you can set up. And again, the great thing about OpenClaw is that the way you set up a use case or a workflow is basically just by chatting it into existence. So you just pull up the agent, you tell it what you want it to do. You can ask it to search for skills, which are kind of specialized markdown files that teach it how to do specific things better or in a different platform. And it will go ahead and start fulfilling and start, setting up that use case for you. So this starter prompts here, I'm just checking the chat. For anyone who's wondering, this is definitely recorded. We'll share it with everyone that is at the event or wants to review later, and we'll also send out all of these resources to everyone. So no worries about that if you're joining late. But we can go ahead and copy this first prompt here, agents.md setup. The way OpenClaw works kind of in its brain is basically with an array of markdown files that track its personality, that track its perception of you as the user, and a memory of everything important about you. And that's what it references when it's fulfilling tasks on your behalf. So we'll just go ahead and copy the agents.md setup, which basically is the file that OpenClaw uses to determine its main initiative. And this basically tells it that its core directive is to be our personal AI assistant, to be proactive, to not wait to be asked and flag things before they become problems. It gives us some tips on anti-looping and memory. So you can actually just copy this prompt here, and we'll go paste it into our chat. And it's thinking here, so it's going to give us a response in a minute. I see some people asking some great questions. Feel free to keep asking questions in the YouTube chat there, and we'll get around to them whenever we have a chance. So it's added our directives to Agent MD. If we go back to our pre-built prompts here on the buddy guide, we have some other prompts to help it set up some other important markdown files. But for the sake of time, because we have a very special session in about 5 minutes, I'm actually going to go copy this morning briefing setup here, because you can copy and paste these other directives later and it will be fine. But the fourth prompt here on the buddy guide is the morning briefing use case. So again, as I mentioned, KiloClaw and OpenClaw in general can do things proactively for you, and it can use something called cron jobs to do things regularly for you. So you can set up an automated use case once and have it repeat daily, weekly, hourly, whatever you need. One of the use cases that's kind of the primary use case for most people that use OpenClaw, I'd say, is setting up a morning briefing, which is basically going to pull from your calendar, your Gmail, if you have it connected, any news in your area, the weather, pretty much anything you want from an external source, you can give it access to and give it basically the directive to send you a briefing every morning whenever you want, and it will do that every day with new topics. So I kind of created this so that it's easy to fill out. It's almost like a Mad Lib here. You can enter the topics that you're interested in. So we'll say AI and Kilo. If you want to add specific sources like the Kilo blog, maybe some newsletters like TLDR, and maybe general news sites, and we'll enter our city. I'm in New York. We can just go ahead and copy that. It'll fill it in automatically for us. Jump back over to our OpenClaw instance, and we can just paste this command here. What that's going to do is set up this cron job so that every morning now at 7 a.m., it's going to ping me in this chat, and it will send me a morning briefing. Okay, cool. So I know we're coming up on time for this session. So real quick, I want to show you one other important thing about KiloClaw. And again, this can all be accessed from the web in the cloud. It's still OpenClaw, but it's just cloud hosted and fully managed by us. If you go over to the settings tab here on the left-hand menu, you can actually find where you can quickly connect other channels and platforms. So what we recommend, especially for Google and GitHub, is to provision brand new accounts for each Google and GitHub. The same way you'd onboard a junior employee, right? You wouldn't give a junior employee access to your personal email or your GitHub account. But what you would do is you might make a GitHub account for that employee and add it to your org, or you might make a Google account for that employee and give it read access to your calendar. If it's a personal assistant, you might forward your emails there. So that's an easy way to give it access to your Gmail without actually allowing it to send things and do anything, pervasive. Basically, you can just follow the instructions here. So each external platform gives you instructions on how to connect. You can connect webhooks. You can connect all of these messaging channels where you can chat with your bot, the Brave Search API, GitHub account, linear account. You can even give your agent its own debit card so that it can spend money on your behalf. Password manager and Google account gives you instructions on how to do it. And again, on the buddy guide, which we'll continue to share in the chat for anyone who joined late, there's actually instructions on how to set these things up. So if anyone set up the Google integration with OpenClaw manually, you know that it can be a bit intense, a bit tedious. So we made it, we think, the easiest way possible that's out there for OpenClaw. It's a lot easier if you download Docker Desktop on your computer, which basically just facilitates the connection to your account. But all you have to do is create a new account for your bot, go over to your KiloClaw, and copy this command into a terminal, and the terminal will walk you through the instructions on how to connect that Google account to your KiloClaw. If we go back to the chat here, we'll see that there is an error because I maybe need to add credits to my account. But after I do that, it'll set up a cron job that runs every day at 7 a.m., including a briefing from the news sources I gave it, the weather, and some recommended tasks for the day. It's 11:30 now. So again, we're going to send this recording to everybody. We're going to send the resources, the instructions. Throughout the rest of the day, we'll be talking about things like claw bites, use case guides, pinch bench. But I want to bring on a very special guest from Nvidia, who is Chris. So Brendan, I'm gonna plop you off the stage here, and I'm gonna bring Chris on. See you soon.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Chris, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks so much for joining.
Of course.
I think people are really excited about this one.
Well, hopefully we can do something cool.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe we can start by just you telling us, who you are, what you do at Nvidia, kind of your story, and maybe your story with OpenClaw if you have one yet.
Yeah. So what's up? I'm Chris from Nvidia. I'm a senior product research engineer. I work primarily supporting the Nemotron family of models, and that looks like a lot of things, but at least some of it is this stuff, which is super dope. Yeah, I mean, obviously, them claws be all the rage. So I got, went through some of the initial hype cycle with the technology, and I think I've cooled down a little bit and trying to find where they're most useful. And the best way is, obviously, I work for a company that's a little bit opinionated about this, right? So through the NemoClaw technology, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think we can all agree that this is a transformative way to approach things, at least in the short term, at very least. And so, yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree. I think, as you mentioned, if anything, it's kind of been a paradigm shift in how we think about agents. And I know that you're going to talk about Nemotron, which a lot of people have been using through Kilo with KiloClaw and have had great results. So I'm curious, as someone who's working on a new model, how does the advent of OpenClaw change how you think about Nemotron or new models, if it does at all?
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting thing, right? So when we I remember writing the blog for old Super. So this is like we're on Nemotron 3 Super, right? So it implies that there was a Super before this. Yeah. It's kind of the same stuff that we've been doing the whole time, right? We want the model to be great at instruction following. We want it to be great at tool calling. We want it to have a long context window. We want it to run efficiently across that long context window. I mean, I think it's because our research teams are like some of the most insane researchers around, right? That we wind up in a situation where we were already building for these use cases, because even though you can't predict exactly the technology that's going to do it, we know that like agentic AI, right, is the way that people are going to find value in large language models. So it didn't change like the most in terms of how we think about models, right? We'd already kind of been thinking about it that way, and it's just nice to see a package that really lends to those strengths that I think is. And this is not just us, by the way, to be very clear. I think a lot of people have been kind of predicting that this is where the puck would go, right? We'd have some system and it would care deeply about being, a great tool caller and instruction follower as like the primary driving force, not just good at PhD level math, right? Like it's got to be good at doing tasks. So, yeah, I mean, we continue to push in that direction, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And I think maybe since you have the inside scoop, can you tell us a little bit more about what makes Nemotron, so like smart and efficient and special?
Oh yeah, and I got slides for it that we'll walk through for sure. Yeah. So cool. let's get into the slides, my guys. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and attempt to share my screen here. Let's do that. Share a screen. Boom. We got a presentation and everything.
Let's do it. All right, I can add it here.
Excellent stuff. Alrighty, and then we'll go to
we see it.
Present mode here. But yes, the idea is, you know what? What am I doing here?
There you go.
We figured it out. Okay, so
awesome.
Neotron 3 Super, smart, open, and efficient. Those are the three things. I got slides. First of all, open source, the backbone of innovation. I love this part. So I'm a big open source guy. I got obsessed with large language models, very specifically during kind of the llama era, right? So the alpaca LoRa is when I went from thinking oh wow, LSTMs are cool, right? RNNs are cool. And I was like, oh, you know what? Transformer are pretty cool. This is the Chad GPT moment was cool, but when it got open to us, the people on the street, I think, is when I got really involved. And so it continues to be true that open source AI drives a lot of innovation. We believe that the models are catching up, right? So to the frontier. These are slides from various keynotes that you may have seen before. And then also generating a lot of tokens. We are not generating less tokens now that claws exist. Let me tell you that, right? So the tokens continue to be produced. And I think like this reasoning boom, right, which is part of what enables the kind of, claw by giving models, that really robust reasoning ability to do long context and long horizon tasks, right, is really important. So this is some stuff that drives us there. I believe, and then the slide also believes, that agentic AI is not just like one model anymore as well. So you see this in things like sub-agents that have like a specific model for specific tasks in claws. That's something that I think is 100 million% true. And because we're having these more like complex systems, we need more models that are more tailored to more situations. I think that, there's lots of research that our research teams do that talk about like swarms of models. This is something that I think is actually we're beginning to see the inklings of, thanks to claws. When people are needing to do an OCR task, it's like they might not want to pay for Gemini 3 Pro tokens or Claude 4.6 Opus tokens to read text off of a document, and having a sub agent that has a model that's much cheaper but just as accurate on that one specific task is something that people are doing a lot more, which is big gooch. So, okay, we'll go to the next slide, which will be, I'm going to say the word open model a lot. And I think a lot of people, when I say the word open model, what they hear is you can download the weights from Hugging Face. which you totally can. Permissively licensed. We cooked up our own license that is quite permissive to try to have a license that's for models instead of code license that we're applying to models. But the idea is like open is not just the model for the Nemotron family, right? It's the data, it's the libraries we use to produce the model, it's the scripts that you need to actually make your own Nemotron, and it's a bunch of blueprints that help you leverage the technology and whatever you're trying to do. So awesome. I'm going to say the word open model a lot, and what I mean is this kind, not just you can download the weights. Though of course you can download the weights. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that too. I think that's really helpful to know.
Yeah, we listen. It's like we have a Venn diagram on the slide. This is the whole point, right? So
yeah.
It's dope if you have an intelligent model. It's cool if you've got an efficient model. It's neat if you have an open model. We're trying to do all three at once, balance all three at once to provide the most useful model that we can to everybody. We have the family of models. So we're going to talk primarily about Super because it just came out and it is, as of yet, our best model for claws, as well as things like Kilo code, which is dope. But the idea here is that we have designed these for different scenarios. So Nano, right, is kind of, it can run on your prosumer card, no probs. Mm-hmm. Super is designed to run on one data center GPU, or an NVFP4, you can run it on your Spark. And then Ultra is designed for a heavier hardware workload, right? Bigger model. So this is the idea, though. This is the way we think about sizing. And Nemotron 3 Super is the most, in two categories. So this is our first of two 2D plots. So we can show we're in green quadrant according to artificial analysis. So this is Nemotron 3 Super measured on intelligence versus how open it is based on AA's openness index. And then we have the same chart, but for how fast model go. So, at its intelligence, it's quite fast. Over to the right is what we're happy about on this chart. You get this. NVFP4 is good. We lose very little accuracy. It's like 99.94% quality retention rate, but it's much faster. So there you go. We love a chart like that. So this is kind of the part that's more relevant to claws. Okay, this
great.
Is like the architecture stuff. That's a little bit more. Listen, forgive me. I got a stump for my model a little bit. This is the stuff that's more interesting, I think, in terms of what makes it good at claws. So this is our model has a very unique architecture, right? So if you guys haven't looked at the architecture at all, I'd recommend doing it. It's a hybrid MOE. So this means it's a hybrid Mamba transformer model, and with the sparse MOE architecture that we've come to know and love. The reason that this is important is because, again, we want the model to be fast, right? It's when you're using something like whatever claw you so desire, right? Yeah. You're not like happy if you're taking 15 seconds per turn, right? Because the whole point is I'm going to do like a bunch of little tool calls, right? Yeah. Like 90% of my inference is going to be grep this, grep that, right? And I think at the end of the day, if that's occurring slow or even just not very fast, I think you can really feel it in the experience, right? So MOE obviously lets us have that efficient inference, and especially when we're talking about maybe you want to run an endpoint that's serving multiple claws.
Yeah,
this is going to be great. 1 million context length. You guys all know this. We all have struggled with this for the last. Context window is the only thing that is the lifeblood of how well you do on your task a lot of the time. And I think having a smaller context is just not an effective world. So we got the one milli. it almost still feels like not enough at times, but we want to reduce the amount of compaction. I'm sure everyone's had to suffer through. We've consumed all the context window in their claw, and then it just stops doing the thing you want it to do. Forgets whatever it just was doing. It's over. GG. MTP multi. Go ahead.
I had a question for you. Where do you think the context window is heading? I think I see some people in the chat asking that too. Is there a future where there's a 10 million token window, or is it more that we have to get better at context management, in your opinion?
I mean, if you look at how we do context management right now, it's clear we're doing an awful job, right? Like, I don't want to insult us, but myself included. We're just feeding so much garbage to these systems, right? Like it's a case. It's like if I got you to do a task by reading entire manuals or chapters of manuals at a time, like by the end of the day, you're gonna forget a lot of whatever the heck you've done.
It's true.
And when you go to sleep, aka compaction, you're gonna wake up and a lot of it is not gonna stick around.
Yeah.
So I do think that there's a serious, it's load bearing how we do context management.
Yeah.
We're still very naive about it right now. We're still very like caveman with our cudgel, just smashing it with a stick right now.
Yeah.
But I mean, listen, if you had asked this question to somebody during the Llama 2 era, right, about like, will we ever exceed 8K? It's like they would be like, I don't know, man, that's crazy.
Right.
So,
I think I've learned to stop predicting and stop doubting when it comes to AI in general. You know what I mean?
We'll get somewhere. We'll make context better in some way. I'm certain of that. Whether or not it's literally just make number go up is again, you can't doubt what's already happened, but I still think that we have, even if the context window never improved somehow, right? We were like, there's a theoretical maximum and it just happens to be 1 million context. We've got enough engineering work to do to keep us busy for the next few years. So but great question. The other choice we made for super, so this is not true of nano, but it is for super, and then subsequently it will be also true for ultra, is multi-token prediction. Again, we just want the model to be fast. A lot of the time you can draft out multiple tokens at a time, and that is better because it's faster. There's a process by which you can retain accuracy using this method at the loss of the game speed. So there's no real impact to capability, but still useful to do. Latent MOE is another thing that we were excited about for this architecture, and again helps. It's the same thing, right? Which is the idea that we want more experts. Experts are good at the thing they're good at. That's very good. We were very happy about that. Right. But if only we could have more. And so latent MOE helps us have more experts per the same block of compute. And then we spent a heck of a long time doing RL on the model on all kinds of tasks, but mostly, not mostly, but in some significant portion, it was related to coding and things that would benefit eventually the claw world we live in. One thing I want to point out that is true, but I think is not as talked about, is I think with claws especially, we also demand the model doesn't suck to talk to, right? Because it has to be like your personal assistant or whatever you're using it for, right?
Yeah.
And so there's still a lot of work that needs to happen and is happening to make sure the model is pleasant, or that it is able to determine or decipher your intent, right?
Right.
I don't know how you use claws, but I can play a little fast and loose sometimes, right? Where I'm just kind of like, hey, can you do this thing?
Yeah. 100%.
Not a well-scoped PRD, right?
No, I think that's actually, I've mentioned this in other webinars I've done, the most noticeable improvement in the general model landscape to me over the past 6 months or so has been the model's ability to infer intent. I really feel like there's been some major leaps in that in the last 6 months, as I mentioned. And I remember 9 months ago, a year ago, which feels like forever ago, you really had to explicitly say every single detail that you wanted to do. And now I feel like we're getting a lot better in that regard. At least that's been my perception.
No, I would agree with you fully. I mean, you can just feel when the model is not good at understanding intent, right? It makes every interaction 1 or 2 turns longer, or it requires you to spend more time being very clear ahead of time. I think part of this too is like, context management. Again, how can we make sure the right context gets sucked in for the right requests? But even when that's done well, if the model can't do a good job understanding what your intent is, then it's just not going to feel as good to use. And when you talk about like a traditional chatbot, that was very important. And then when we talked for a while about kind of agentic AI, as in the background doing work for us, we cared very little. The model doesn't need to be nice. It doesn't need to have taste because I'm not talking to it. It's just doing work.
Yeah.
But now a lot of times these models are kind of doing both, right? And so we're a little bit up a creek. The next slide is about Ultra. So Ultra is on the way, of course. Right now, this is just a chart that showcases the base model checkpoint. I want to be very clear about this. This was showed at the GDC keynote in a slide, but this is the base model checkpoint. So this is what that means is this is before the model has undergone any sort of post-training. So this is the raw model when it's done, when it's locked in. We typically will release models by in one block, but we do that through a single release window, but it includes the base model as well as the final checkpoint, which is the model after it's undergone all of this wonderful post-training. This is more looking at a model that you could take and extend and continue pre-train to whatever use you want to do. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. We got a lot of models. We got a lot of data. These slides are fun, but maybe they're obvious. Okay, we have a lot of models. We have a lot of data. Everyone knows that. Again, we want to make everything open. It's not just the model weights. It's everything. It's like you can literally go train your own Nemotron if you had the compute today by running a series of scripts. So we put, listen, we gotta do it. Okay, I'm here to represent my model, so I gotta show that it does good on charts, guys. It did good on pitch bench when we released it as well. There you go. This is probably more useful for people. These are where you can get the model. So this is our collection on Hugging Face. Again, we don't just release the model in one format. We release it across 3 precisions that we have tested and verified to be as good as possible. And then as well, the base checkpoint. The base checkpoint, again, being the model before pre-training. So before post-training. So after pre-training, before post-training. This is the idea. If you want to make your own model, but you don't want to spend all the pre-training compute, that's the way you do it. Many data open. Okay, we get it. You can go to Hugging Face and you can see all the data that we've released. It's an insane number. It's over like 2 petabytes. I think the last time we checked of data that you can use across like 17 million different domains. If you care a lot about data, this slide's for you. I think probably that's not as many people, but more people should. You should care about data. There you go. Post-training, pre-training, RL, we got it all. So how do you actually use Super if you're like, wow, you've convinced me with that architecture stuff you were talking about and saying it's good at claws. How do I use it? We offer it through a number of inference providers, but primarily we'd suggest using OpenRouter. I think OpenRouter is well integrated across all claws. I know for sure it's well integrated in Kilo code. So there you go, OpenRouter. You can use the free endpoint. We do have a free endpoint that is rate limited that you can use for as long as you'd like, as long as you stay within the rate limits. Or you can use the paid version, which does not have rate limits, but you're paying for every sweet token.
Or might I suggest the Kilo Gateway, which is also another great yeah, anyway, but no,
great suggestion on the Kilo Gateway. If you don't like OpenRouter and you haven't used Kilo Gateway yet, my many apologies.
No.
You can go to build.nvidia.com, which is where we host the model, again, for free with a rate limit.
Yeah.
If you want to deploy the model, we have one-click launchables for Brev. If you're like, you know what, I don't want to use an inference provider. I want to deploy my own model and pay for GPUs. We got you covered. We also have tons of, you know, what do you want to call it? Instructions on how to deploy it in different hardwares. Okay. So configs is what I would say, but instructions on how to do that. And then, of course, we work with all those scaffolds. There are so many cool tools, including Kilo Code. This is a little bit of an outdated slide. Many apologies there, but the idea is, if you can spin up an OpenAI API compatible endpoint, then you can use it with these tools. Every one of these tools made it super easy to integrate the model into. There was no gotchas, just worked. Yeah. I mean, we should expect that, but it's also true. There you go. That's the end of the slides.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Chris. And again, you can use Nemotron in all the ways Chris said. Also in KiloClaw, if you have a self-hosted OpenClaw, you can use it through the Kilo Gateway as well. But I want to ask you in this last 5 minutes, how are you using Claw in your personal or work life? I think a lot of people would be interested in that too, if at all.
Yeah, I mean, so I like long-running autonomous agents is what I'm going to say to this. I don't know that I've settled on a particular format of Claw that I'm most excited by, right? I think there are patterns like Hermes agent, which are pretty interesting. There are patterns like more traditional Claws that are interesting. There are people who are... Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say maybe I'll reframe the question and say like, what kind of use cases are you facilitating with running agents? However you are doing it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not having some kind of long running autonomous agent manage your schedule or your personal, you know, day-to-day kind of like making reservations and this kind of thing, like you just should be. I think there's a lot of like cognitive load that exists for these kinds of things, right? Where you're like, don't forget to, and I think everyone would benefit from a personal assistant, and just run it on your toaster or whatever you got hanging out. You know, that's your old laptop or whatever it is. It doesn't require a lot of
KiloClaw.
But hey, I don't think you can run it on KiloClaw, but you can run KiloClaw on your toaster. You know, and for work, I mean, it's, you know, NemoClaw lets you have access to these tools in a way that's a little bit more secure. OpenShell is a sandbox environment that lets you do a little bit more secure. So it's similar, but you know, more focused tasks. You know, doing research or having autonomous researchers aid you in your work, I think, is the biggest use case I've found for Claws in a professional setting. But I really do think like just let me get a little loopy for a second, right? Because we're at the end of the thing.
Yeah, go for it.
If you're gearing up for the next guy, you want this guy to go with some crazy thoughts, right?
Do it.
I do think we're like very close to, you can buy a Claw box at Best Buy and set it up for grandma, and she can talk to it, and she can have it help her with whatever she's doing, you know, reduce her cognitive load so she can spend more time working on the stuff that's important to her, like hopefully baking you cookies or whatever, right? I do think we're very close to that. It's these things are tremendously useful for our world. Requires a lot of administrative function to exist in, and I think these tools are excellent at reducing the amount that you have to do.
Yeah.
As well as like just interacting with each other for all that stuff that no human is the most passionate about, right? Even people who are very passionate about administration, when they're done their professional work, they want to go home and not have to do it, right? And so I think we're very close to that future where everyone has a long-running autonomous agent that helps them do the stuff that they need to do. And I don't care what it looks like. I'm optimistic that future is coming.
I totally agree. I feel the exact same way. And again, thanks so much, Chris, for joining. I really appreciate it. That was super informative. For anyone who missed my first session where I set up Kilo Claw at 3 p.m., I'm going to do that part again. So if anyone wants to catch up on how to set it up in the cloud and set up some of these use cases that Chris is talking about, we can do that then. But again, Chris, I really appreciate it. That was an awesome session, and hopefully we'll talk soon.
Of course, guys. Thanks so much for having us. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the event. These guys have a stacked agenda for y'all, so I can't wait to watch the rest. And thank you so much, Brian, for your time.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. See ya. All right, cool. That was awesome. Always fun to get the kind of an inside look at a place like Nvidia. I know they're working on some really impressive stuff. We've seen some great feedback on Nemotron, at least in Kilo and Kilo Claw. This next speaker I'm really excited about as well, who I'm going to bring on stage right now. But it's Jonah from Agentic AI. What's going on, Jonah?
Hey, how's it going, Brian? Thanks for having me. Can you
Yeah, thanks for coming on. So I want to maybe just give you the chance to introduce yourself and tell people, about you, what you're doing, what Exa is, and then we can kind of get into it from there.
For sure. That sounds good. Do you mind if I share screen?
Please do. Yeah. Please do.
You beat me to my intro slides almost.
Awesome.
Ready here.
Yeah, go ahead, and if you share, I can bring it on stage.
Oh, okay, cool. I think I can let me see if I'll put it in slideshow. See if it works. Coolio.
That's a beautiful slide.
Yeah, I know, right? Our designers are great. It was not me.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, it's nice to meet everyone. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, my name is Jonah. I have a little me slide in a second, but Exa, to start off, and I'll get more into it shortly, is web search built for AI, which is kind of a crazy concept. I think a few years ago, certainly our founders like to talk about how that was a crazy concept, but nobody was interested in hearing about it. And now all of a sudden it's a very hot topic. So there's a lot we can get to discuss today, especially for Claw use cases. But yeah, I'm Jonah. I'm one of the founding forward deployed engineers here at Exa. So I get the chance to do a lot of cool things, including be on here with you, Brian. Get to be out in the world talking about Exa and evangelizing what we're working on. But yeah, I mean, to start out, this was the agenda I had planned. I'll let you I'll let you interrupt me or guide me at any point, questions, use cases, etc.
Yeah, for sure. You can just go for it. And then if there's any questions in the chat or anything, I'll bring them up, but I'm excited for this.
Cool. That sounds good. Yeah. So the little sort of thing I was thinking through is, to start off, why AI needs a different web. I want to talk about for everyone who's listening, a little bit about Exa, how we were created, why we were created, and why it's sort of especially relevant at the moment, and extremely, extremely interesting and powerful. Secondly, I'll talk sort of briefly about Exa and Kilo Claw, why it's sort of a potential match made in heaven. Integrating Exa into Kilo Claw, and then I have a few sort of use cases that are going to start from practical and then scale to less and less practical, bordering on a little bit absurd. But we'll have some fun.
I love that. I think a lot of people are interested in that sort of use case too. As much as the practical ones you kind of have to set up when you're first getting started. I'm hearing a lot of people asking me and at conferences, what's something that I can do that no one else is doing? What's something that'll really change my life? So I think people will be excited for that too.
Okay, definitely. Yeah. My favorite one I ever saw on Twitter was someone was using Claw to lowball people in Tampa by 50% on homes, and they were just getting like really angry responses back, just like absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
But yeah, cool. To get into it here. So Exa is a search engine for AI. Again, a few years ago, that would have been a crazy concept. Today, it sounds like almost like, oh yeah, true, that makes sense. You have these things like these, you have all the claws, you have all these different agents operating. How are they going to access the internet? That is basically what we do. And so why does AI need a different internet? I want to talk briefly about the old search paradigm. So you see on the left here the lovely blue links of Google, which are similar to the same blue links that we would have seen in the mid 1990s. Funny enough, and it is funny to think about it that way, because at the time Google was and it is to this day an incredible company, and they built something truly exceptional. But it hasn't really changed the way that we've interacted with it in 3 decades, which when you think about it that way is kind of crazy. This was from last night. I looked up like OpenClaw setups or something. And I got the same old blue links. And so this sort of system was created for humans, which makes sense. A big issue with it, I guess, as we advance forward in the web, is that it was incentivized to get us to click through links for ad revenue. So basically the incentive structure is ad oriented. It wants to give you information that is good enough that you are happy, while also maximizing the amount of clicks that you make on the ads that they're giving you. Which was a great model. There's people say it's one of the best business models ever. It's not necessarily best for the user when you think about it that way. And so you end up getting like sort of ad infused information over perfect information. If you want really the best information, Google is not incentivized to give that to you as it currently stands. And secondly, or I guess thirdly here, it's keyword based. So the example that we like to use is in this little image here, shirts without stripes. You can try this on Google today. It's crazy that this still happens. If you type shirts without stripes on Google Images, the first thing will be a shirt with stripes. And why is that? It's obviously blatantly wrong. Sorry, were you gonna say something, Brian? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I'm guessing because the word stripes is in the search term.
Yeah, exactly. Google has trained us on this keyword model, that you have to search using these keywords. These keywords are triggers saying like recent news, Iran, government. Like that's not a human sentence. That's a sentence of these blocky keywords that basically Google created the web to work that way. And then what happens is it sees shirts without stripes, and shirts and stripes are the sort of relevant keyword hits. And so it returns you shirts with stripes, and it basically is completely wrong in its ask. And so it's crazy. This still happens. This is, you can try this right now. It's a fun, the day that Google fixes this, because we keep using it as an example, it'll be unfortunate for me, because I love this example. But yeah, it's interesting to think that that's sort of how the model has historically worked. And so moving forward to the new search paradigm with Exa, we need to create a sort of new internet, and this is what we have been building, that's optimized for AI and not optimized for ad revenue, but actually optimized to give you the best information in the most efficient way possible, in the most configurable way possible. So the funny sort of founding story of Exa was our CEO was trying to write a history paper. This actually was post college. He decided he wanted to like write a book on history, and he's super nerdy, and he was looking for these niche primary sources. He's looking up like Crimean War quotes, and he's typing all these things into Google, and it's just not returning it to him, because it was returning him this web of links. He was clicking through a web and a web and a web of all these URL blue links, and kind of like, what's the point? This is not the information that he needed. And he was crazy enough to think that he could build a better search engine. And this was about 5 years ago. And then all of a sudden, when AI, the advent of AI sort of happened, which caused a lot of shifts in a lot of industries, people kept coming to him and saying, can my like agent, can my model use your search engine? It's working so much better than Google. So he basically realized that AIs and nerds are similar in that respect, and that they just want the highest quality information. But Exa has we have 27 parameters, and then between those parameters, all of those different knobs you can turn, you can fine tune to basically get the exact sort of information from the internet that you want, highly efficiently. We're also built to understand semantic meaning. And then there's this paradigm shift here where rather than a human clicking around links, it's an agent making an API call to Exa, and then Exa returning them the information from the pages that we found directly, rather than AI can read. So you don't need to give it a link to show it where to read. You can give it all the information in one shot, and it
Yeah.
can read it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's super neat, and I can talk more about it in more detail at some point. But it's more fun to get into the claw stuff.
Let's do it.
A few quick things. Last things I'll say on Exa. We have Pareto dominance in sort of this space where across the latency spectrum. So we have instant, which is the fastest search in the world. We claim that, but I've heard nobody else claim that there is anything faster. It's 200 milliseconds is like frighteningly fast. It's sort of only for like voice agents and certain coding use cases. It's not really. It's
like autocomplete basically. That's
Say
like the 200 millisecond is basically like a benchmark for autocomplete speed for a lot of like extensions. So that's like a really
I didn't even know that.
Very fast. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like you can't even tell. Like it's like one of those like speed things where it's like a human can't tell, but there are certain flows in which if you're able to hit that 200 millisecond speed, it's quite impressive. So and then as you sort of go up the scale, we have auto, which is like our sort of recommended 1 second sort of traditional search. That's quite strong. And then we have our more agentic deep search, which does a series of autos and instants and fasts under the hood. And then I add these two graphs here to show sort of we're very good in like certain domains, specifically code. We're very, very good at code search, code doc stuff. If you're building a project that's in some way with Claw that's using code, this is something that we're very, very good at. We have a lot of sort of top coding agents that are using Exa to find the most recent implementation news, docs, blobs, gists, etc. That is relevant to coding. And then this graph on the right is our people search. So we have like sort of the best people and company search, which is surprisingly like useful for so many things, to be able to just have your agent be able to pull information about people or company sort of on demand.
Awesome.
Cool. All right, let's talk about the Claw. Why everyone's here. So Exa and Kilo Claw, I said earlier, it's a match made in heaven. AI needs the web. AI is extremely powerful, but once you hit your sort of pre-training date, there's this like knowledge cutoff where everything sort of beyond that is stale, and it's also impossible to shove literally the whole web into AI. I know they talk about AI is trained on the whole web, and that's effectively true. But if you were to ask AI to, even if you were to like, if your dad had a blog post in 2017 and you asked an AI, like, give me 3 direct quotes from my dad's blog post in 2017, it can't do that because you can't fit the entire web into the weights of a model. You can fit a lot of important ideas, but with that said, AI needs the web. And so Exa has 2 current easy ways to get us set up. I'll talk briefly about how that looks. We have a free MCP tier. I'll talk more about this at the end. You get 3 QPS, 100 free calls a day, which, I mean, definitely 100 is more than Google searches I've probably ever done in a day, but AI can burn through searching faster than we can, which is the point.
Right.
And then you can also sign up at exa.ai. If you're interested in getting started on some credits, you can shoot me an email or a message, and we'll get you guys set up. But it's very easy to get it configured. It's literally just an API call, and also the beauty is Kilo Claw knows what to do. So you just tell it, let's get this set up.
Awesome.
So yeah, here I want to talk about my use cases, which are kind of fun. As I said earlier, we're starting from practical to like we'll sort of work our way down to some more fun ones. But
Cool.
Clairvaux was on Lenny's podcast. If people know Clairvaux or Lenny's podcast, definitely a great listen. She shouted Exa out in that podcast, which we were excited about. Basically, just because her flow with Claw uses Exa. And basically what she does is she's using Claw as an SDR, like basically a business like lead generator and creator. And so the way that she had it, I pulled directly from her from her presentation, she has this ClawShop. So basically this 5-step flow is like what she does. She sweeps their CRM and all of their sort of internal company sources for signups. They look at signups or interest in different sort of features. Then Claw identifies all of the signups or any sort of metadata that they have that has valid company domains. So if it was me, Jonah at exa.ai, and they saw the exa.ai domain, okay, they say that's a company. And that's a valid company domain. Step 3, I'm adding in there just because I think that this is relevant. Exa has really good company search. This is actually one of the use cases that's sort of our bread and butter. We have this deep company search where we can basically tell you information and all sorts of enrichment information about any company in existence that we fetch live from the web, whether it's funding data, recent news, et cetera. We're used by a lot of companies sort of in their internal company resourcing and enrichment pipelines. I'll talk about that actually in a second. But if I were her, I would have also used Exa to sort of get some background information on that company, decide is this a company worth pursuing? But then this is what she did actually say: use Exa people search to find all the decision makers at that company and relevant information about them. And then what it does is then it would use that to send a warm email to them. You can also get their email through Exa. That's pretty easy as well. And send a warm email to them. And she said if it was a bigger lead, that she gets alerted. If this is someone big, if someone from like the previous guest from Nvidia was coming in the pipeline, maybe she would want to email him directly and take a look at that. But otherwise, this SDR, it's like a full-time employee. And the beauty of, I guess, Exa slotting in is that it can find all people in a business context. So you say, find people at this company, and Exa will sort of find all these different people and information about them. And then Claw easily has, the ability to decide, here's what I want to do with that. So
yeah. That's so cool because I can already think of a few use cases for this that go beyond even like business development. Obviously, if you have like a SaaS product or service or whatever that you're trying to sell, that's obvious. But even like a social media content creator, influencer, if you're trying to work with brands, I know that I've heard from people trying to get into content creation that it's hard to find who the decision maker is when it comes to the person distributing the budget for influencers or content creators. So you could even use this to start a social media career. And also another kind of use case that I've talked about with Kilo Claw before is you can kind of create your own personal CRM or Rolodex in Kilo Claw. Like you can say, hey, anytime I interact with a person via my email or through this use case, record all their info and surface it whenever it's relevant, or I'm looking for someone in that sort of role. So I think that's super valuable.
I'm totally with you, and I think it's neat that like also it's crazy that you have Kilo Claw has the ability to also understand what you want and what you need, and so if Exa can surface you all of the data about the people, Kilo Claw can action on that. Like it knows if you say for that like marketing use case, you don't have to be like give it crazy instructions. Like if it understands your general goals, it will know this is the person that you probably should reach out to, etc.
100%.
So that's a super cool one. This is another practical one that sort of hinges on our company domain. We actually use this. I was lucky enough to be a part of building this. We actually use this internally entirely. Like we've churned off of some like go-to-market services just because of how effective this has been for us. So basically, we built our own ICP scoring system. ICP meaning ideal customer profile, just sort of like who are your customers, like your target customers. And we've done it entirely using Exa. And I actually think it could be done even better using Exa plus Kilo Claw. I mean, it's different because like we as a company, maybe different sort of ways of implementation. But I'll do a quick demo of this in a second. I want to show quickly. I'll talk a little bit about Exa Deep, but Exa Deep is earlier I mentioned one of those longer search types. So instead of taking a second, it can take 10 seconds, 15 seconds. I actually use deep with reasoning for this one, which is closer to 30 or 40 seconds, just to really get the best stuff. But what's really neat about Exa Deep is you can give it a system prompt that guides not only how it agentically searches, but also how it produces an answer for you. And then you can also give it a structured output, which will produce basically, instead of just producing you an answer, it will produce you an answer in a structured schema format in fields. So if I were to say company Kilo and I wanted the recent news, the funding, the CEO, tell me about the guy Brian that's there. What's the recent event that they're working on? I could get all of those fields in the structured JSON output, which is a really cool use case. So I'll show you guys how I set it up. Well, quickly, let me make sure I know how to. Oh, I went back a slide. Let me change my screen share. Let's see. Okay, perfect. That was actually really easy. So this is I made a little GitHub gist of like a watered down version of what we do internally. We're actually going to open source it because we think it'll be good for us to just show people how this works. But we spent this time coming up with this very strong prompt of like, what is it that Exa does and what are our ideal customers? So as a search company, we want them to be AI native. We want them to be sort of very web dependent. We want them to be doing a high volume of searches. We basically created this entire thing. And then this schema of like, what's a score on a scale of 1 to 7? We literally gave it these criteria. And then what's a case that like a salesperson would use? Like where would Exa slot in? What would Exa's pitch be? I literally gave all of these things to Exa Deep. And then what happens is, let me see, will it let me share my, I can just put worst case, I can just put a screenshot in the slide. See, oh yeah, it sure will. Okay. Yeah. So let me show you how this actually manifests in, I'll start it off for Kilo. Let me actually get it going. But let me switch my screen. Sorry. But basically what I did was I'll let it cook for a second. But I configured it in my Kilo Claw that when I type ICP and then a company name, it will trigger this this search on Exa, and then it will come back to me with all sorts of interesting info. I'll pull it up here in a second.
And so when you say you configured it, do you mean that you just said, hey, you make a new rule that whenever I say ICP company name, this is what you do?
Yeah, like I called it a skill. I don't even know if that's what Kilo Claw, like if it cared that I called it that. I basically said I gave it this this GitHub gist that I'm sharing now, and I was like, here's this, like every time I do this, just like do this for me. And this is in the least sort of automated fashion. This is like this is a very rudimentary system where you could get really cool with Claw. Is you could have this, you could be like, here's my entire customer list and my list of 300 prospect customers. Go and do this for all of them and report back to me with the 10, and then use that the SDR from the previous slide can go reach out. So all right, here I'll share my screen here, and we can try another one live because why not?
Let's do it.
Let's see, window. Cool. Let's see if that's sharing. Okay. All right. Cool.
Yep.
So basically, I ran this earlier. I just put ICP. I put the little bang ICP Kilo. It gave you guys a 5. It said strong prospects.
Awesome.
A bunch of different models. They had Kilo Code's AI agents use web fetch for doc stacks. Every coding query could potentially use Exa. It has a lot of different metrics and facts. I don't know if is that true. Found GitLab CEO. That's correct.
Sits in
Randy. And then as a thing, we could try. Do you have another company you want me to try? I can let it cook in the background.
Let's try RC AI because they're coming up soon. ARC EE space AI.
Great. Cool. Let's see what it says. And so this will be specifically scored for Exa. I'll let it go in the background. What's going to happen is it's going to take a while because it's making this deep reasoning call, which is about 40 or so seconds. But
a while in this context, imagine how long it would take a human to find this information.
A week. Yeah.
Exactly.
For us, 30 something seconds because we're delivering the most optimal, thought through format to Kilo Claw. It's able to action on it. Yeah. And like it'll in sub a minute. And then also you can run this sort of async. So sort of across all your customers, all your leads, et cetera. I don't know what sort of use cases folks have, but this one's really neat. So once this one cooks, I'll move along and sort of talk about some other fun ones.
And just for the record, I'm seeing some love, a lot of love in the chat for this stuff. So I think
good.
Yeah,
I'm glad to
people
hear it.
definitely want the open source gist whenever you have it.
Yeah, this is actually an active project of mine coming up with one of our other engineers. We built this like originally like internally, and here's the ICP analysis. Nice. Oh wow, it's saying it's a good RC AI. It's at high value is a 6, which is one of the higher scores. Training furnace potentially. This is specific Exa stuff. So they train 400 billion parameter models on open weights that rival Claude. And then here's the volume math with all of those different training runs. There's probably a lot of Exa calls being made. Some enrichment facts. Currently pitching investors on a 200 million round. Wow, that's crazy. RC agent launch. Super neat. So yeah, moral of the story. This is very effective. I'll switch my share back to my slides. But basically, like what's neat about this is that we found it sort of like can replace a lot of the go-to-market tooling that we were using already. And we ran this over like 20,000 companies. So now we basically have a score, a pitch, a information enrichments on like every company that we potentially want to reach out to or work with. So it's been quite powerful, and we will open source it, and I'll keep you guys posted on that. But
that's incredible.
Yeah, I'll move along quickly here because I know we're at the end. I'll just sort of gloss over this. This is a little more fun, personal one. I no intention of leaving Exa anytime soon. Love Exa, but I made a I'm not sharing my screen, or am I?
Not yet.
Okay.
Oh, here I can I have to put it on. So
okay, perfect. Maybe I undid it.
There we go. Yep.
So I made this little job finder thing. I gave it my LinkedIn, my resume. I said, look for recent postings for FDE. If there's something good, like notify me on a cadence each day. And it uses Exa search to find all these things. And then if I indicate that I'm interested, it uses Exa people search, similar to that other use case, to find the stakeholder that's like most likely to like respond to me due to like having common interests that works at that company. And then it drafts like a LinkedIn message so that maybe I can chat and network with them. And then if I'm not interested, it says, all right, well, he's not interested in that. Let's note that down. And in the future, I'll look for sort of different types of jobs, start to understand use cases there, or sort of interest, like job profilings there. But that's a cool one. To finish up, just for fun, I do have one more like mini demo, but I'll leave a little time at the end here. One was I gave Kilo Claw plus Exa some money. It's down $3 right now. So I wish I could say that it made a bunch of money. I know that like Claw is used for ClawShop sort of like trading arbitrage use cases. I'm not an expert on that. So whatever I configured didn't work, but my idea was that Exa search is really fast. So you have that Exa instant and fast search, which are sub-second latency. And if you give an autonomous agent the ability to query the internet and thus news, call sheet, polymarket at sub-second speed, and you give it the ability to make trades, in theory, there's edge in that it will just be able to iterate faster than a human could. But I'm sure a lot of market makers are doing this.
No, it's super interesting. I know a lot of people are interested in how this could be applied to trading in general. So yeah, it's super cool.
Yeah, I'm no expert on the trading front. But I know that part of it like high quality information delivered like rapidly is quite important. So yeah, that's I would say potentially a use case there. And then the last thing is, I don't even know if I'll show it, but my joke was that I called it Nightmare Thanksgiving. Which was I created bots to embody a lot of famous historical figures.
Okay.
And they're all having a debate right now on Iran, which is I'm not gonna show that, but I was like, basically what I did was using Exa to find like recent news on like what did this political figure say on this topic, and thus these bots can act with the real-time opinions of these figures, and then also it can speak like them because Exa can pull real quotes.
Wow.
So as opposed to just like, you can ask AI, like pretend to be, I don't know, Obama, and it can
Yeah.
speak, you know, in some sort of way like Obama, but having it be able to pull real quotes from Obama and inject that into the speaker style, and then also real-time news about him, so it can actually know what he's currently been saying. You
Yeah.
can, you know, create a bot. But I'll leave it there.
Wow.
That was sort of that was my dumb little fun one at the end.
No, it's super fun. I mean, definitely like I could see that being a cool content idea too. Like a TikTok of
For
a
sure.
account for a historical figure that actually uses its like own personality and quotes to like be a realistic like avatar for Abraham Lincoln or something. That's fun. That's a cool idea. Anyway, thank you so much, Jonah. That was awesome. Great use cases. I'm interested in them personally, so I'm definitely going to hit you up after the call to
Please.
have some set up there. But one thing is, I think Ishan on your team looks like he jumped into the chat and offered $50 of Exa credits to the people in the call right now. So that's awesome.
There we go.
They're asking how they can get those. So I'm guessing we can share the email list with you, and y'all can figure that out after
Great.
the workshop.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Ishan's the goat. Ishan and I will make
cool.
sure that you guys get them. That's perfect.
Awesome. Well, that's super generous. I really appreciate that. I know that the people in the chat are hyped off of it, and definitely this is exciting stuff. I mean, this is the first time I'm really hearing of the extent that Exa can do, and it's super exciting. So I really appreciate the time, and I hope we chat again soon.
Yeah. Appreciate it, Brian.
Thanks, Jonah. See ya. All right, cool. Give it up for Jonah in the chat. That was an awesome session, super informative. I'm really excited about this next guest as well. It's someone that I've been hanging out with in the OpenClaw scene in New York for, I don't know, maybe a couple months at this point, which is John Roos. So I'm going to bring on John here. What's up,
Brian?
How are you?
Doing well.
Good
How
to
about
see
you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I know. So for context, John and I met at ClawCon New York, right? For the first time, which was an event that we put together alongside the OpenClaw guys to just kind of similar to what we're doing now, just have people together talking about OpenClaw and what they're doing with it. Then we hosted another event together in New York that was a little bit more intimate and was awesome as well. So I think it'd be good to maybe just start with telling everybody who you are, what you do. I personally think your journey with OpenClaw is super interesting. So maybe you can give some background about how you found it and what you've been up to since then.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm John Rood, and I'm the director of AI for this consulting firm, DRI. But on a personal level, I was super interested in OpenClaw. I was looking on Twitter when OpenClaw was called ClawBot, and I was seeing all these people do these crazy things. This one person was like, I set this thing up, it sold my house, divorced my wife, and moved my bank accounts. And I'm like, whoa, what are you doing with AI? And so that was like one of my first exposures to OpenClaw. It had 1,000 stars on GitHub. Today, it's well over 300,000, one of the top projects in the world. But when I first started with it, it was crazy glitchy. It didn't continue longer than a few hours. And, I made some of the PRs that keep it around and keep it alive today. And so, yeah, I mean, I ended up building the browser, if you use that as well. And I've been doing some pretty cool things with that and workflows, agents. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's awesome. And for context, that's the built-in browser that ships natively with OpenClaw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're the guy who built that, which is I'm super hyped that we can get you on the stream because that's obviously a central part of the project. But yeah, I'd love to hear, especially from someone who's so in the weeds with OpenClaw, like, what are you doing with it right now? And maybe you can shed some light on some interesting use cases that people can take away from in the call.
Absolutely. One thing I forgot to mention is probably really important. I'm the founder of Memory Router. And so, if you want to give your OpenClaw memory, it's MR Memory. That's the plugin. But yeah, so I think memory is like crazy important because it brings like context into every conversation. And it's like, if you have, things that you want to do with your OpenClaw, explaining it every time and diving back into it is rough. But I think one of the coolest things I've been able to do is I've been able to automate like social media, from LinkedIn to Reddit to X to Discord. And it's all through the browser, actually. And the reason that you have to do it through the browser is because, LinkedIn, Reddit, X, Facebook, all these platforms, they try to stop any AI activity, any automation. And so what you have to do is you have to essentially have your OpenClaw, open up that browser. You have to personally go and sign in and check the box, I'm not a bot. And then you're finally on the page. And it's like, once you're on the page, your AI can like take screenshots, can scroll, type messages, do stuff. But I've automated mine to where every like 30 minutes, it's looking for opportunities on, Reddit and Discord. And I built this API pipeline for X so that like the top 100 accounts, they make a post in like 1 second. I've got, comments coming to me from my bot. He's like, in the chat with me in Telegram, he's like, yo, this guy just dropped this, and I think we should say this. And I'll go back and forth, and I'll be like, that's perfect, send it. Or I'll be like, no, change it to this, or no, that's dumb, don't do that. And so I'm able to both quality control and automate at the same time, which has been revolutionary. I get like DMs every single day, and people signing up to my services and stuff like that. So that's been pretty revolutionary.
Yeah, that's incredible. And just to shed some more context on what you're talking about here for anyone who's like new to OpenClaw, you're saying you basically set this all up. Obviously, you gave it some API keys, just chatting this into existence, basically saying like, I mean, besides from the part you have to manually sign in to LinkedIn, you're like, open the browser, go to LinkedIn every 30 minutes, do this, this, and this. And it's just controlling the browser that's open all the time as a human would.
Yeah, 100%. And
Yeah.
it has skills. So OpenClaw has skills, and it has rules, right? So, maybe you make a rule that says never post unless I approve. But you're going to make a skill that says something like, when you're commenting, I want you to talk like this and have these things to say and be natural, stuff like that. And so every time it's doing something that's related to, like your LinkedIn skill on LinkedIn, every time it's on LinkedIn, it's going to load that LinkedIn skill. It's going to follow your voice. It's going to follow those guidelines. It's really like creating these advanced workflows. And then, there's nothing else like this in the world. Like, you can't do this on Claude Code. You can't do this on Codex. You can't do this on any other platform. And OpenClaw is really unique, basically because it's got built-in automation, it's got built-in skills and loading, and it's got the agentic turn by turn by turn by turn that really gets you down the road and actually doing the things that you wanted it to do.
Yeah, for sure. And when you say, like, just to dig in even more on that, when you say like it's searching for opportunities, what kind of like opportunities like are you talking about for this use case? Is it just to grow your social media? Is it to do, like social media outbound for your businesses and services, or like all kind of set up all of that at this point?
It's different for every platform. I've got like different goals, right? So on X, I want to grow and I want to be popular. So I'm like, all right, automate my social media success. And it's basically like coming up with like cool comments and like having good things to say, like as me. And so then over time, like my account's like just growing and growing. But on like Reddit or Discord, a lot of those opportunities are related to like my software. And if I find someone's like mentioning something about a problem that my software solves, we're like right on top of that within a minute of that opportunity coming into an existence. And Reddit threads close. Like once the answer gets answered, the person who posted that's closing that thread, you can't comment on it again. But if you're there in the first few minutes, not only do you have the most influence compared to the next comments, but these also live online forever. And it's permanent social, permanent SEO. And your digital footprint is just stamped right there in the ground. So yeah.
100%. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, there's a lot of use cases for that for individuals like yourself and maybe even companies too. I'm also curious, like, what are some other use cases that either you set up or you've heard they're kind of interesting and unique?
So I hate accounting. Do you like accounting?
I don't know anyone does besides accountants, I think.
Yeah, no. So like you got to do all these receipts and like, man, it's rough. But I built this AI agent. His name's Mike. So I've got all these agents, right? They all each have their own name, their own personality. Mike is super dull and boring, but he's great at accounting. And what he does is like I gave him access to every single. I've got like 100 subscriptions. It's ridiculous. But every single one of those platforms I have a subscription on, we get an email, and like we're bolted into the email. I'll tell you about that later because it's pretty cool when you can do this. But whenever we get an email that's like, hey, you got a receipt or you've made this payment, he actually goes to the platform, he downloads the physical receipt and invoice, and he uploads it to my accounting software, like fully automated. I don't do any of this anymore. It's been the most like life-changing thing, and now I can just do stuff instead of accounting.
Yeah, that's awesome. So how much how much time per day or per week do you think you've offloaded to OpenClaw?
It's ridiculous. I've just done, like, I mean, I work the same amount of hours, but the amount that I get done is like 10x, 20x, and it's not even a joke. It's just like literal. It's almost fully automated my job with, like my corporate job.
Yeah.
So I spend a lot less time, but I've gotten even more done. And it responds to all my emails with all my clients, and I speak with a lot of like CEOs and CFOs, and I have to be like very careful with what you say. You say something off, you might blow the whole deal or whatever, the whole relationship. So you need to be careful with what you say. But ironically, instead of worrying that AI might say something dumb, I worry that I'll say something dumb. I much rather it say it for me, because I know that it's always going to pay attention to everything that's been said. Sometimes I get like these multiple pages of an email, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to spend all this like 30 minutes reading it and responding to it. And instead I spend 30 seconds because he's like, here's the synopsis, here's what we should say back. And I'm like, that looks fire, send it.
Totally.
So yeah, I mean, it's absolutely game changing when it comes to that. But when it comes to like automation, you can't handle all the DMs. You can't handle all the opportunities.
Right.
Being able to research those or respond to those on autopilot has been just like a massive lever in my life.
100%. And I remember we had you on the Kilo show, which is our other weekly webinar, and you had a few quotes that really stuck with me. One was that we were kind of talking about token management, cost management, and you said that you actually seek to spend the maximum amount of tokens per day. And I thought that was a really interesting philosophy, and I'd love for you to kind of explain that and dive into that more.
Yeah, so I think this is really important. We're coming into this age where AI is essentially everything, and a lot of people ask me like, is AI going to replace your job? I've actually replaced people's jobs, and so during my work, I've implemented stuff that's fully replaced many people's jobs. And so a lot of times people ask me like, is my job going to be replaced? Am I going to be replaced? How am I going to work in the future? And the answer is always, if you're not using AI, then you're going to get replaced. But the thing that you can never replace, the thing that's more valuable than ever today, is people who both know what they're doing and are doing it with AI. And so when you talk about like OpenClaw, Kilo Claw, like the opportunity we have here, that opportunity is measured in tokens, right? So how much AI are you using? How much leverage are you doing? How much action are you taking? And it's easy to think about a token, and this is what I call them. I call them action units, right? So each token is a unit of action. It's a word, it's a message, but it's also agentic, right? Because now what Kilo Claw OpenClaw represents is like the claw is the action, right? So we've been able to chat, and then ChatGPT came out in like 23, but all we've been able to do is chat until today. And now today we're taking action and we're automating action, which is just like so next level. And so the point is that I think about how much tokens can I spend per day as a proxy of how much action am I taking per day. And my goal is actually to I spend about $1,000 in tokens a day, equivalent. And so if I'm running like a Claude Max subscription, which been some heat on that lately with OpenClaw, and I'm like personally working on a solution. If anyone's interested in it, I've actually got it, so you can like reach out to me. I'm not sharing it super broadly because of reasons, but like I said, if you're interested in keeping that going, reach out to me. Long story short is that like the $200 a month max subscription is worth roughly like $2,300 of tokens every month. And, I run 3 of those in parallel. And then I'm also spending on the API on top of that.
Wow.
And so I spend roughly like $10,000 to $20,000 a month equivalent in tokens on Opus, like 4.6. That's my main. And so the thing is that like, if you view these action units and like how much action are you taking every day, the easiest way to think about how productive you're being is how many tokens you're spending. And especially if you're spending them doing something stupid, I mean, who would want to do that? We're always trying to do something smart, automate something that's valuable, right? And so as long as you're pointed in the right direction, spend as many tokens as you possibly can.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's a really interesting philosophy, because not only what you said, like it's pertinent to get on board with AI for many reasons, because one, it's going to improve your professional, market value. It's going to make you more productive, and it's going to leave time for what you actually are passionate about too, if that's not just technology or AI. So,
and not only are you going to like decrease the amount of effort that you need to do, but you're going to increase your quality of output and your total output.
100%. And then another kind of thing, and you kind of already touched on this, that you said last week or the week before when last time we met up, was that using like personal agents and proactive agents like OpenClaw, Kilo Claw are like having the option to strap on a rocket ship to your racehorse, essentially. And I remember that kind of stuck with me, because you're like, yeah, it can be risky, there's security concerns, but at the end of the day, it's the difference between incorporating something like this into your professional or personal life versus not, is the not is so negligible that you kind of have to do it at this point. So I'm curious if you can kind of dig into that a little bit more.
Yeah. So it's like when people ask me, am I going to get replaced by AI, or how am I going to do an AI? Should I take sometimes college students reach out and they're like, should I do the CS degree? Because like, I mean, AI is going to do it eventually. And the truth is that no, AI is never going to do it. It's just going to be used by people who know what it needs to do. And so you need to be that person. You need to be that person that's orchestrating AI, or you're going to be the person that got left behind by AI. And so it's either like you join the movement, you become a part of this future with AI, or you get left behind it. And obviously no one wants that. And
Yeah,
so, yeah, I mean, spend as many tokens as you possibly can. But yeah, at the same time, like I've spent roughly 2 to 3 hours a day on email. I mean, it's a ridiculous amount of time to spend on email. I'm sure most people don't spend that much time on email, but like most of my deals, most of my projects are actually all put together by working with the leaders of these companies and making sure that I respond to all these people. And then you've got like the volume. I get like hundreds of emails per day. Now, like my inbox is like this meadow in a mountain valley. It's so quiet and it's so calm. It's so nice. Yet everything is so taken care of, because what I did, and you can set this up with Gmail, like Pub Sub and Outlook. So I use Gmail and Outlook, but in Google Console, you can actually go to something that's like their API, and then it's called Pub Sub. And so you select the Pub Sub, and then you can actually, I mean, if you don't even know what I'm talking about, you can just text your OpenClaw and figure this out, because he knows all about it. But I set it up to where emails come in and they go straight to my OpenClaw. I don't even see them first. If he thinks I should see them, he lets me know. But he auto archives, and then if he thinks something's important and I should respond to it, he lets me know with a draft reply. Whoa. So it's like a dramatic life change for me. I went from managing that 2 to 3 hours a day to spending like 20 minutes a day.
That's insane. And I obviously you're a power user, and I think there's a lot of ways that you can start like with more simple use cases, but the experience that I've had is that you don't want to stop once you start. Once you offload like that first task and you're like, wow, I actually never have to do that again, it's like a pretty powerful experience. Like some things that I do is I send a weekly newsletter to everyone in Kilo, and I gave my bot its own GitHub account. It has the HTML design that I think is really pretty. It pulls from our open source repo. It awesome. Gets our contributors. It gets the latest news from our blog, gets the latest product changes, and it puts together a few different versions of the newsletter. All I have to do is click go, and I have the newsletter ready, and I can give an input or whatever. Now I'll never have to do that again, which is like, it used to be such a manual thing. Like you have to fill in the blocks. You have to go have different tabs open with the blogs and with the change log from the repo. And that's just like a small example. Sounds like you've got it dialed into the point where you've basically offloaded like every manual task. And I think that's like aspirational, especially for this audience. But yeah, it's really an insane time. And I also think maybe you can speak to this too, as being super early to OpenClaw. A lot of the world hasn't quite caught on yet to at least the difference between chatbot and proactive agent. So I think now is the time to adopt and be, early.
Yeah, no, 100%. And yeah, definitely I've taken some of those use cases pretty far at this point. But I think about it a lot like MMO RPG, like a role-playing game where like you build your skills over time. And when I was a kid in high school, I played this game called RuneScape, and I would like level up, and like everything would become easier. Every level I got, everything would become a little bit easier. And it feels like that, but in real life. Because maybe it takes you a second to like automate something. You're like, okay, now in my X account, like go do this, or we're looking for this account. Or if he posts, like we want to make a comment on there. But like the second that you start automating this, maybe it takes like literally an hour or two to automate it once, but then it runs for like months after that with like no maintenance at all. And so it's like setting up these automations and these integrations in your life, like take a few minutes to like an hour, but the second that you do that, you never do it again. Never. And your life is just compounding and leveling up every single time.
Yeah, 100%. I've even heard people, this is kind of crazy, but there's the 11 Labs like voice API where you can record your voice and it can create a voice model. There's people that set up a yearly cron job to call and schedule their yearly physical with their doctor. Like just one thing that they'll never do again now. And it's like, yeah, the setup is annoying, but it can be, a process rather. But like, there's really, once you start getting creative and you start thinking about the things that you do manually that don't require your immediate oversight, it's like a crazy world of possibilities. And I'm also, I guess, for the last 10 minutes, maybe we can talk about kind of like why it matters that it's open source too. Because obviously you found OpenClaw because you just enjoy this stuff and you wanted to contribute. So I'm curious maybe like how you came across it for the first time and what you think being open source means in this context.
Yeah, so I mean, open source is really crucial, right? Because it's something that we all build and we all share.
Right.
And I have like a fork from like forever ago of like the early days ClawBot, and I still run that in parallel with my latest updated OpenClaw. And like it went down the other day, and I had him revive it, so it was like my backup doctor. But the thing about open source is like, we have ChatGPT and Claude like trying to plow forward in this frontier with like billions and trillions of dollars, and like we don't have that opportunity. Like we can't be a part of it. Making it open source means that we can be a part of it. We are part of it. Like I've made code changes that you experienced today when you run OpenClaw, and you have the exact same ability to do that. When I went to ClawCon, and I spoke there, one of the other speakers was this lady who literally worked in marketing her whole life, never done any code ever. And she's one of the people who's been contributing to OpenClaw as well, because your OpenClaw knows how to code, and Claude knows how to code, ChatGPT knows how to code. You don't need to know how to code. All you need to know is what you want to do. In fact, my son, he's 11, and he made this game all by himself. He made like a whole website with like 5 different games you can play. One of them's like paddleboard. One of them's like Space Invaders. One of them is like a snake game, but it's like got a bunch of visuals. And he went to his school and he was like showing all of his friends this games, and they're like, no way, like losing their mind over it. And so, I mean, being open source is just crazy, because like we've never had the opportunity to participate in the frontier as a normal person. And like today we do. Today we can. And then the other thing is like when you're on like ChatGPT and they released agents, which I couldn't stand their agents. They were just like a name, but they weren't agents and for real. So they released agents, but it's like, what can you do with that? Well, you can do anything they allow you to do. And they have a bunch of coders in the back end that work on their stuff, but like you could just do the options they give you. When it's open source, we can make our own options. We can bolt in Exa, like the last speaker from Exa, a month or two ago, I bolted in Exa. I replaced the Brave browser, the Brave search thing, and Exa was like a dramatic improvement. And I was able to do that all on my own just because it's open source and I have access to the code base.
Yeah. And I've had the same experience. Like I started my professional career as like a support engineer, so I have some technical background, but I'm definitely not like a full stack engineer. And I genuinely believe that I can build like anything at this point. I'm obviously not as well as probably some of the folks on the Kilo team, but like enough to get what I need to do done. And I've already contributed code to Kilo to our back end for like random promotions and things that we do. And I would be absolutely hopeless in even setting up like a reasonable landing page if it wasn't for this. And now I can literally do it by just not only from the CLI, but like just chatting with OpenClaw. It's like crazy. Anything you want, really.
It's absolutely insane. And it's like,
Yeah.
you know, the power that you get from like, you know, integrating, like every integration, every automation is a new level up in your life.
Yeah.
Those integrations and those automations, like a lot of them wouldn't be possible if you didn't have access to the code. And this code
100%.
lives on our computer. You know, you host it on Kilo code and you press go for your Kilo Claw and it's live in the cloud. But like after you press go, that source code's yours. You could change it, destroy it, do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, 100%. All right, cool. I know we're coming up on time, but maybe for the last 5 minutes, we can talk about like what are some things that you want people to know about either OpenClaw, about memory router, about anything you're working on or know about that might not really be fully out there in the community yet?
Okay, so I built Memory Router. So 3 years ago, I built the first serverless vector database. So I created that architecture. Everyone around the world uses it now. I open sourced it. And so I've been building like vectors and working on that for literally years. When I worked on OpenClaw initially, the memory was really bad. It's still pretty bad today. But I was like, okay, I've been building vectors for years. I could fix this. So I built Memory Router. And what I did was basically right now, OpenClaw has this issue, which it's local, it's open source. That's amazing. But there's a downfall. There's a downside. There's one thing that enterprises have that open source really lacks, and that's resources. So in the local, you have a limit on GPU. You have a limit on embeddings models that you can load in the GPU memory RAM size. You have a limit on how much data you can actually search through, right? When you load a vector database, it's actually like this compact thing that lives in real-time memory and RAM memory. And so you have a limit on how much can actually fit there. And the way that we've solved that locally through all the local embeddings and stuff like that is by summarizing and bulleting everything that you go through, right? So you have these conversations, you work on these projects, you do these things, and it'll save like little snippets of information, trying to be really up to date and trying to, summarize what's going on. But the problem is when you lose a lot of that detail, you lose that nuance. Oftentimes that nuance was what you needed from that previous conversation. And if you lose that, then it's like, wait, what are you talking about? And you have to go back and paste it in. What I did with Memory Router was I created this infinite dimensional space. That might sound kind of crazy, but basically what I did was we have these A100 GPUs in the cloud, which are like these massive frontier GPUs, and they live on the edge, right? Because we use Cloudflare to power all this, and Cloudflare is like this super edge compute, super fast real time. But they built this GPU compute edge, which is absolutely amazing. It's this new fundamental technology not a lot of people are aware of. And I deployed this vector space on these GPUs. And so what I did with OpenClaw, and when you install, it's MR-memory. So when you install OpenClaw plugins, install MR-memory, that basically gives you access to this infinite vector space in the cloud. And so it uploads all of your conversations, uploads your workspace, and you can literally talk about all of it. It gets all of your nuance. I can ask my AI, what was the 11 Labs API key I gave you? And then I gave it to him like 2 months ago, and he'll be like, it was this. And it gets the exact API key because it just lives in memory forever.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah. So it does all that in like 100 milliseconds, by the way. So it's faster than local. It dramatically improves your experience.
And would you be able to keep up with your full-time job, memory router, OpenClaw contributor, and everything else you're doing raising your son if it wasn't for OpenClaw, or has that really, I mean, I'm sure you did, but like how much has that made your life easier?
I mean, my corporate job was like taking over my life before I had OpenClaw. I got OpenClaw in December. I launched one of our most important products at the consulting firm now in January, and then I built Memory Router in February, launched it at ClawCon in the beginning of March. I mean, none of this would be possible without OpenClaw. It's been like just the most insane like change to my life. I couldn't be more happy to be a part of this, and like it feels like we're already living in the future. And I think that's really why you have to be on OpenClaw, get your Kilo Cloud launched, because this is the future. Join the future, be a part of the future, and help pave that road forward in the future right now.
Wow, I'm so fired up right now. People in the chat are too. That was awesome. Well, thanks so much, John. Where can people find you? Because there's a lot of people in the chat trying to ask where they can get in touch.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you can find me on X. I think I'm at John Rood Epic. And, you can email me, John at johnrood.com. And you go to memoryrouter.ai. You can check out the service I built. So, yeah, those are my contacts.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, John. I really appreciate it. I'm sure we'll have you on again too, if you're willing at some point, because you're always a great session and super insightful. And I'm inspired by you. So I think the audience is too. And I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian. Always great hanging out.
Yeah. Talk soon.
Later.
All right, cool. Give it up for John in the chat. That was awesome. Every time I talk to him, I feel like I learn a new use case that I'm like, I got to do that right now. And I see a lot of people in the chat saying the same thing. So the next guest I'm really excited about too, who I'm going to bring on right now, is Chad from Neurowatt. So Chad, I'm going to bring you on stage. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here. That was awesome. I was just taking a bunch of notes of things I need to try out now from hearing John.
Yeah, I feel the same way. As I mentioned, every time we talk, he's like enlightening me with some insane new use case. Awesome guitars, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. It's my overly expensive but fun hobby. Good for my mental health for sure.
Yeah, you got to have that. You always have to have that, no matter how deep you are in AI, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks so much for coming on, Chad. I want to maybe give you a chance to intro yourself, talk about who you are, what Neurowatt is, and just maybe give some context to the audience.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Chad, one of the co-founders of Neurowatt. We started Neurowatt over a year ago, where we just crossed our year anniversary, and we're kind of on a mission to make AI more energy efficient. AI kind of gets a bad rap for its resource utilization, energy utilization, water utilization, and there's a lot of fear, and we think we can address a lot of that fear. And efficient AI is faster AI, is cheaper AI. So there's lots of benefits that come from us just making all parts of the stack more efficient. We started kind of at the lower levels above the data center GPUs, and just recently we've been doing a full hosted version of everything we're doing to offer efficient AI.
Awesome. So maybe you can help me kind of understand like what that looks like in practice on the user's end. I know you have some budget management features, some cross model features, so it'd be great if you could maybe walk us through those.
Yeah, sure. Let me let's share.
Yeah, I can as soon as you share, I can throw it up on the screen. Okay, cool.
So one of the fun things I wanted to talk about was giving AI an allowance. And I know it's a little bit of, it's funny to talk about that as John is talking about, thousands. I mean, I'm guilty of that too. I think yesterday alone, I spent $1,700 in tokens.
Wow.
So, but there's many times where you want to have control over it and be efficient with it. But I guess to start off about Neurowatt Cloud. So really, Neurowatt Cloud is our hosted instance of all of our efficiency capabilities.
Okay.
And at the most basic level, it's an inference provider. And so we host models, and we allow people to, buy inference by tokens. But the really unique thing about what we do is energy observability. So you can see how much energy each inference request is taking.
Right.
And then we also allow people to buy inference by kilowatt hour. So energy pricing as a way to basically it's a different way of consuming inference. The cool thing about energy pricing is as we get more efficient at hosting and serving models, as our service grows, users basically get more intelligence per unit of energy. So the AI gets cheaper for them as we just continue on our journey of efficient
Right.
AI. And on some levels, like it kind of shows up in very basic ways. And so like if I'm just going to a chat interface here, I can see, this specific small request was 4.7, basically 53% cheaper than energy pricing.
Yeah.
We measure it in watt hours. And so, if I'm buying $5 a kilowatt hour for inference, it's a different way of pricing inference. And then we offer subscriptions where you can buy, subscriptions by the kilowatt hour. Actually, call out in our on the Neurowatt website right now, a blog post that accompanies in this event. We have a bunch of trial subscriptions for folks who want to try out energy efficient inference.
Awesome.
But the thing that I think relative to OpenClaw, and so as we've been on this journey, we just launched Neurowatt Cloud less than a month ago, and the two main categories were people doing development, but also building agents and OpenClaw agents. And honestly, for us, OpenClaw is all over our business, and so I think we integrate with our OpenClaw mostly through Slack.
Yeah.
And so Sid is our agent that does so much stuff for. Sid does so much. Sid does the stale development trees. So if we have an incident, Sid does root cause analysis. Sid is evaluating just PR logistics and stuff like that. And the thing that we've heard from a lot of folks is as they get more and more agents, there are cases where the not highest priority agent spends hundreds of dollars overnight in tokens. So that's one of the capabilities we're bringing to Neurowatt Cloud, and we just actually launched this yesterday. And it's this feature we called allowances, basically, where I can kind of go in here and I can go to my dashboard, and if I look at the API key that powers Sid, I can see right here, right now, Sid has a $55 budget a day, and she's consumed $27.39. And so when it comes to oh, sorry, I'm jumping screens here.
No, you're good.
It's just cost transparency. Sid can have a budget, we can manage the budget, and so as you have dozens or more agents, you can kind of establish allowances for them and control their spending, and the system kind of manages all of that, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely.
And I can ask Sid here, how much allowance do you? And she's very self-aware of how much allowance she has left and how she's going. There's
really
plenty of
cool.
room.
Yeah, I definitely think this is really relevant. I know a lot of people are trying to balance the return of an always-on proactive agent with the budget that they have available. So it's super relevant. We also have a Sid that helps us a lot. I don't know if you know, but Sid Sabrandi, co-founder of GitLab and Kilo, which is funny that that's your bot's name. But yeah, this is really cool.
Yeah. I think there's some other fun things too, where like one of the other phases of so there's establishing an agent and giving the agent a daily or monthly allowance and allowing them to basically consume their allowance.
Yeah.
But we also have session-based allowances.
Okay.
And so I can do things like, say, this is a little silly, but Sid, research pugs for 25 cents. So basically, this is a per session budget where I'm giving a task and I'm going to give a budget for that task. And so Sid right now in the background is doing research and going to spend researching pugs with a 25-cent budget for that specific session.
So how does it? Maybe I don't know if this is too broad of a question, but like, how does it compare the task with the budget to ensure that it actually has like an output in the end? Or like, how does it, I guess, allocate that budget based on
Yeah.
the task? Yeah.
It's a great question. So when it comes to session allocations, basically the session, so Sid, behind the scenes, what's happening is when I said Sid research pugs for 25 cents,
Yeah.
Sid is calling this this API to establish the session and the budget for that session.
Gotcha.
And then as their inference is going on, the service is basically allocating and looking at the cost spent through that session. And it does approximation when the first requests are made to know, is this request going to complete or not?
Mhm.
And so we do then give notifications and alerts when the budget is being, when the allowance is 80%, 100%,
Right.
and then providing various enforcements and alerting. And it can get if you have session based allowances, agent based allowances, there's a lot to manage if you want to manage all that. But it all provides control, so you can decide how much you want to spend on the various agents and allow it to be kind of budget aware. If that makes
Cool.
sense.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, so this is fun because we can basically allocate, and there's the pug research. We're all staying within budget. Yeah, it's wild to see. One of the interesting patterns we saw with OpenClaw is, on the serving side, when someone's like, a developer doing
Yeah.
engineering, that pattern, that usage pattern is pretty predictable, because it's like, a lot of turn by turn sessions happening on the back end.
Yep.
When we see more OpenClaw agents, it's wild because it's just like all the time. It's
Right.
like their agents are in parallel. We're seeing people just, every day they're spawning more and more agents for their own setup, and
Right.
it's pretty wild to see.
Yeah, 100%. So I want to ask, are you using OpenClaw yourself for work or personal? And if so, I'm curious what you're using it for.
Yeah, for both. So I use it mostly for work. I would say 80% of my OpenClaw uses for work, and it's for managing workflows. Like if I have a bunch of coding agents happening at the same time,
Yep.
it helps manage those. Everything in GitHub, like we have a whole bunch of GitHub repos, and so it's super easy to have like stale trees, stale GitHub issues. Our OpenClaw agent keeps all that in pretty good shape. The thing that I thought was really cool that I'd never expected was, so I worked at Xbox Live for many years, and
Cool.
incidents, service incidents were such a big deal,
Right.
and they always happened at the worst time. Like they always happened on like Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Where everybody would open their Xboxes, there'd be this surge of activity on the service, and there'd be incidents, and so we'd have to get on the phone and figure it out. And that level of incident response. So if we do have a service blip, OpenClaw, in terms of doing root cause analysis, looking at logs, like by the time the human responds to the alert, like OpenClaw has kind of not always figured it all out, but like expedited that time
100%.
so dramatically.
Yeah, 100%. And so I've heard that that's one use case that a lot of people are using at work. Get one GitHub triage issue, just triaging basically any inbound issue. I'm also curious how you're using it. I guess I have two questions. Like, how are you using it in your personal life, if at all? And how are you using Neurowatt in relation to your OpenClaw setup?
Yeah. Okay. So in my personal life, I would say my personal use of it is not super creative.
Okay.
It's just, finances, scheduling. I have two daughters, and like, so their logistics, Sid is very involved with their logistics and helping make sure I don't miss the important stuff.
Yeah.
Calendar, email management. I use Sid a lot for taking notes of things I want to do at various times. So it's kind of like an asynchronous to-do list in a way. Again, Sid is way more powerful than needed for those kind of tasks. But
Right.
that's kind of how I use it in my personal life. Like if there's, if I'm out and about and something is in my head, it's a quick message to Sid to like do some research. So when I'm home, I can dig in in what you've been able to pull together for me.
Yeah, and I honestly think the boring stuff, setting up the boring workflows is kind of part of the more like fun part for me anyway, at least in my personal life, like offloading those tasks basically forever. And maybe it doesn't sound as exciting, but I do the same sort of setup on mine, and it's kind of exhilarating to like know that you'll never have to do those things manually again.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's interesting because the first month of OpenClaw for me was a lot of work and not as much return. And then it took like for me and I think it's getting better. And like what you guys are doing with Kilo Claw, I like it's so much easier now to get
Yeah.
started with it and to really get going. So I feel like now every bit I invest in the agent in the claw, it just makes things way more effective. I'm at that
Yeah.
point now.
100%.
But to your other question about Neurowatt, so like SID is run by all of our hosted services. So like we have a bunch of different models that power different things. It's actually an interesting segue. So we also have with our models, we have this concept of virtual models. So virtual endpoints really.
Yep.
So aside from like, GLM5 or Kimi K25, we do a lot of these fast virtual endpoints, which they're kind of fairly straightforward. They just suppress thinking to give instant and immediate responses. And so there's a lot of tasks that we do where we want an immediate response and it's okay to suppress some reasoning. The cool thing about, again, inference with energy efficiency is suppressing reasoning does reduce the energy needed for that request. So it actually makes it a little bit cheaper as well.
Yeah.
And so though that's one of the ways where we have certain like the SRE tasks incident, like we bias for speed. And so we use models that are biased for speed for those kind of tasks. We use the small fast models for a lot of the triage tasks where, a 35 billion model is great. So one of the, one of the things in our world about energy efficiency is the different model architectures and model sizes have pretty wildly different energy usage requirements.
Right.
So that's why like a model family like Qwen 3.5 is really interesting because it's available kind of like the Nemotron models from earlier today. The different sizes have pretty profound differences in energy efficiency and speed. And so we do a lot of like, assigning the right model for the right task. Because in many cases, the fast efficient model is the one to use.
No, we have the same philosophy at Kilo too, which we've been kind of sharing for a while now. Is that's why model freedom is so important, and why we build everything we built around having an open model infrastructure, because it really is wasteful to use Opus 4.6 when you need to change the title of a landing page or something like that. I am also curious, is it for the resource usage, you mentioned like the smaller models or the size of the model drastically affects that. Are there any other characteristics of models that affect that? Like, is it just the size? Is it like how they were trained, or like, I don't know.
Yeah. Like there's a lot of factors. So model architecture is probably the biggest one, whether it's a mixture of experts model or not. So like dense models versus mixture of experts models have quite profound different characteristics in terms of utilization. Dense models generally consume a lot more energy from the GPU to process. So mixture of experts models, you generally see like inferencing become more constrained on memory utilization, memory speeds. Or dense models, you see more constraint on compute, which generally consumes more power.
Right.
So, before, I mean, that's still a fairly new transition into mixture of experts models, but they have a lot of great things going for them. You can get a much bigger model into a smaller GPU. They're much faster because you don't have all the weights active at a given time.
Right.
And then there's been so much innovation with the different attention mechanisms within those different layers of the mixture of experts models. And so I would say model architecture is pretty big deal. What like the native weights are is another big deal. Like whether it's an Int4, an FP8, or BF16. Mainly because just to geek out on the serving side, like how much you can put how much you can get on the KV cache and how much you can maximize the KV cache. Like
Uh-huh.
inference serving is a bit of a it's moving so fast. Like all the major serving platforms, whether that's VLLM or SGLang or TensorRT or Dynamo, they're just all moving so fast, and the model architectures are moving so fast that
Yep.
there's new, like we just rolled out in the last few weeks LM cache, which allows us to expand our KV cache to secondary CPU and disk caches to, again, just maximize. The goal is to minimize how much you need to recompute tokens if you can.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. I think we're entering and it's been talked about in a couple talks today, model routing. And so that's the slide I have up right now. Like aside from the fast versions, in the next couple of days, we're shipping like our Neurowatt auto fast model, which really it's flexible in what model it presents itself as just another model endpoint. So whether you can just plug, it's like an OpenAI compatible endpoint, but behind the scenes, it's just biasing for whatever it can be respond the quickest. And so there are scenarios where you just want the fastest response. And then the other one we're working on is an energy optimized model.
Okay.
Where, if your context is small, you can respond with a really quick, efficient model, and as your context grows, you can shift to a larger model. And so that's all abstracted behind a model endpoint, just to provide that level of multi-model optimization.
Right.
And so kind of what you're mentioning, the being model aware, I think there's a lot of opportunity to use this model aware capability to provide, both fast response and a lot of cost efficiency as well.
Yeah, and maybe even I'm thinking like people that are conscious of, like, for environmental reasons, are hesitant to use AI. This could also apply to that audience.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, being sensitive to, I mean, it is interesting that if you look at the way that like cloud computing evolved, it took a while for energy observability and like kind of carbon observability to be a thing. And we're seeing a lot of movement for energy observability for AI and inference, and people to want to know, how much energy they're utilizing for their workloads, specifically as they get bigger and bigger and bigger.
For sure. And we have a question in the chat here, if you don't mind.
Sure.
It's, what's the most surprising insight you've gained from measuring actual energy per AI request?
Oh, that's a good question. The most surprising insight. A large frontier model that takes eight GPUs. So like on a B200, it does not take much to get. So energy on a GPU is measured by TDP, which is like the power output on a chip. And typically, like, a modern day Blackwell GPU, it's like 1200 watts per GPU. And these nodes have 8 GPUs. And you take a frontier model and you give it a small prompt, you can get those chips to max TDP, not max, but like pretty high TDP pretty quickly. That was one, I had assumed that it took a lot more load on these larger models to spike energy. That was one thing. And then the other thing is just when these are idle, like the power draw on these when they're idle. And so again, these are all things that we can improve and we can help and we can.
So you're saying that they're still drawing non-negligible power when they're idle?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Because if they're serving inference, even if they're idle, they're holding, a trillion parameter model weights in memory,
right?
And being prepared for that inference call to be able to respond lightning fast,
right?
And so there are techniques to reduce that and make it more efficient while still being responsive. And that's just the perfect example of where we have a lot of optimism of being able to be more efficient, in a way that allows us to get more with less.
So I wonder, this is maybe the metaphor isn't exactly right, but in layman's terms, would the solution be like sort of like how the new eco-friendly cars turn off when you're off the gas, but as soon as you start hitting the gas, they turn back on.
Yeah,
Like some kind
yeah,
of thing like that.
kind of, and they get
Yeah.
super quiet, and it's kind of scary.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like we've talked to some customers like on the data. So we have like Neurowatt Cloud is for folks who want energy efficient inference and all those capabilities for your open claws and
Right.
development. Using Kilo Code or Kilo Claw, all that stuff. We also have another product, Neurowatt Optimize, that's focused on like the data center operators.
Okay.
And there are lots of cases where they want to, basically manage that. They want to exactly as you said. They want a big. One of our customers called it like a dimmer. They want a dimmer that they can like turn
Right.
down and then turn up when they want to.
Yeah.
So conceptually similar to the case where you're the electric car that completely turns off, but then can respond in a second.
Yeah.
There's a lot of desire for that capability.
Yeah, and I also don't want to be too perspective because I know things change so fast. But I remember like Sam Altman gave a talk recently where he's predicting that inference will be like a utility in your house, like water or gas, where you turn it on and off. And in that case, I mean, that's probably a little extreme, but in a future where that is the reality, you'd probably want some kind of system like Neurowatt to help, manage energy.
Yeah, I mean that was part of the inspiration behind us pricing inference by the kilowatt hour, which is still, I'll be honest, like it's a lot mentally to swallow that you're gonna consume inference by the kilowatt hour, but we do think that is that direction of consuming intelligence as utility.
Yeah.
And yeah, I personally really love it because it aligns, like the more we can, like I said before, the more we can manifest our efficiency, the more that it's giving more intelligence to the consumers as well, which is a great thing to be aligned on that journey.
100%. So yeah, I mean, I guess we're coming up on time. I want to give you maybe the last couple minutes to just say anything you want people to know about Neurowatt, about how it can be applied practically in OpenClaw, Kilo Claw, whatever else, and just share the message you want to share.
Yeah, sure. So like I said before, I'll actually flash it up here.
Great.
QR code is available to get a $20 subscription just to try Neurowatt Cloud out. If you want to, whether your development harness or in your OpenClaw, you can use the new allowance features if you want to basically give budgeting to your different agents if you'd like.
Uh-huh.
All of the capabilities that on the allowance is all on the docs part of our site as well, which I probably meant to show, but I didn't. Just on like the session management, the overall budget management. And so that's all public and live. The some of the virtual models that we talked about, like the AutoFast, the EnergyWare, we're going to be shipping those in the next couple of days. I think also that QR code also has our Discord, where if there's other features people want and would love to see in an inference platform or an agent platform or new allowance features, love to hear those. I mean, like I said, we launched this less than a month ago, so we've been very inspired by what people want. So happy to go where there's the greatest feedback. So feel free to help point us in the direction. Yeah,
there's a lot of love in the chat, in the YouTube chat. I just wanted to flag. People are saying, sweet. I love these ideas, both as someone working on small projects, someone in healthcare that would want to optimize privately hosted models. Someone said, so it handles session management too. That's pretty big in my opinion. So people are super interested, it seems like.
Yeah. We would love to do private model hosting. We want to do batch inference. We want to do, like, there's the opportunity for efficiency is just there's so much to do. It's exciting. And I think it's something that definitely needs to happen. And I'm glad we're doing it.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate the time, Chad. That was super informative. And it's I know you just launched this a month ago, but isn't it crazy how a month in like AI time, it feels like you've been around for decades at this point, probably, right?
Oh man, it's nuts. Like I think about, I've been an engineer for too long to admit, but I think of just what I was doing 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Like I do feel, I was trying to explain this to one of my daughters, like I feel like I have superpowers now, kind of.
Me
Like
too.
like it's just wild. And I just can't imagine what the next 3 months is going to be like. Like it's just moving so fast.
I know. I feel the same, and it's almost like, not to get too philosophical, it's like the like world of opportunity with like especially these proactive agents is so broad. I feel also like I have superpowers, but at the same time, it's like almost intimidating, like to feel like, okay, I really need to take advantage of this like in the best, most optimized way possible. And I know like there's also like thinking about the resource allocation and the energy behind it all is something to be really conscious of when you're like diving into that. So I really appreciate all the insights. Thanks so much for joining it, and I hope we talk again soon.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you for having me again.
Thanks, Chad.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Give it up for Chad in the chat. And again, thanks so much everybody for joining and staying on. We still got a huge chunk of the audience since the beginning of the show. I hope this is valuable for you all. Feel free to ask questions in the chat. Feel free to give me feedback. We're here to help. We got Kilo team members in the chat as well. And again, for anyone who missed it, there's a comment pinned in the YouTube chat here, kilo.code/buddy, which is kind of your guide for this workshop. It includes some prompts you can give your KiloClaw. It includes directions on how to set up your KiloClaw. And there's a link to all the speakers we've had, their LinkedIn's where you can find them. But yeah, this has been awesome, and I hope you all are having a good time. And I'm excited to queue up our next speaker, Lucas from RC AI. So I'm going to bring Lucas on stage here. What's going on, Lucas?
Hey, thanks for having me. How you doing?
Yeah, thanks for joining. I'm super excited for this one. I know we've been meaning to get on a live session for a while now, so it's exciting that it's at our biggest event yet.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's very funny when you're in the middle of training a model where someone says, "Are you free next week?" and you say, "I think so," and then
Yeah,
something ends up happening, and you're like, "Nope, I gotta go radio silent." So I'm glad this worked out.
yeah, I hear you. Well, I think it'd be great if we could start by just you giving some background on yourself, where you came from, what RC is, what you're doing at RC, and kind of all that context that could help the audience.
Absolutely, yeah. My name is obviously Lucas Atkins, CTO and currently head of research here at RC. I think that my background is interesting in this space, in that one of the beautiful things about AI and it being so new and the way that it transforms the way people work is that it's a much more accessible field than the tech industry in the past. So I was always a tech junkie, always into computer science. I did a lot of programming. I made a lot of video game add-ons and scripts and that kind of work. I was familiar with Lua, but it wasn't until 2020 that I became really invested in AI. I didn't go to school for machine learning. I didn't get a PhD in that. It was something I was aware of. And then when kind of GPT-3 came out, I had this moment where I said, like, wow, this is science fiction. And if I don't invest everything I can in trying to be a part of this, by the time I have the courage to do it again, that opportunity will have passed me by. So I took all my savings and spent a good portion of 2021 and 2022 reading every paper I could, doing a lot of applied work, getting very good at PyTorch, which at the time was still rather early.
Yeah.
But through that and through those channels, and when the kind of open source AI boom really exploded in an LLM sense in 2022, but mostly 2023 with ChatGPT, I was able to get a lot of contract work with enterprises and consulting, and did a lot of cool work there, and then met through the Hugging Face ecosystem Mark, who's the CEO of RC. And because a lot of the work was very applied, I was able to get in here and work my way up to CTO. And that's my background, which is one of kind of the emphasis of you can just do things, and picking really hard problems to solve that you have no business solving, and then banging your head against the wall till you do anyway.
Yeah,
RC though is very much we're an enterprise. We were started as an enterprise small language model company. So we'll take we'd take like llamas and mistrals and other open models and post train them to be really good at like 1 or 2 specific things for a customer, for privacy, speed, latency, cost reasons. Over time, though, we became very reliant on other players for that, right? You needed Meta to release a model. You needed Mistral to have a good license, and that limited us. Meaning, like the ceiling with which we could go was determined by other players. So,
Right.
we wanted to jump into pre-training ourselves, and that's kind of what we started early last year.
Cool.
And that kind of culminated recently in our big sprint to release a frontier level model, which is Trinity Large Thinking, which came out last week. So RC is now very much an open weight US model player, where we release the weights openly and then we monetize on the tooling and customization around them, as well as the API. So that's kind of our background.
Yeah, that's awesome. And maybe for those who don't know, Trinity is available in Kilo, and it's been getting some great feedback. So you can all try it not only in Kilo Code, CLI, but also in Kilo Claw. But yeah, I would love to kind of learn more about the model and talk about, if you're using Claw at all, what your experience has been, if you're using it at work, in your personal life, etc.
I have, and it's one of those very interesting things where we did train this version of Trinity to be good in Claw-esque stuff. We released an instruct model back in January when we first finished the pre-training, and we hadn't trained it to be good in stuff like OpenClaw and Kilo Claw and others, because it hadn't hit its like massive momentum spike yet.
Right.
But when we released the model, like we were doing 80 billion tokens a day through OpenRouter. Of that, 50 to 60 billion was in OpenClaw.
Whoa.
And that blew us away. And it also was like, well, we probably shouldn't ignore that. Like that probably is a good sign that this is where the industry is going. And it also answered a question for us, which is, okay, what is going to be our value prop beyond just being American and open weight? Like if those are the only 2 value props, sure, that helps for a bit, but it's not going to, be a firm, like long-standing reason for people to keep coming back. So when we looked at the landscape of models, and as we went to go do RL and post-training on Trinity Large to kind of bring it to a full frontier thinking model, we thought, does the world need another like amazing, insane coding model? Because with our kind of compute, we're still a smaller startup. We don't have infinite capital. It was kind of this weird trade-off where it was like we could either do a ton of SWE rollouts and overfit it to code, and it would be a so-so agent, but it'd be a really great coder. Or we could try to make it a state-of-the-art generalist agent and stuff like OpenClaw, Kilo Claw, and others, and a good coding model. And for that compromise, we went, I bet the world could do with a really fast, cheap, good, like Kilo Claw and OpenClaw model. So we do use it, internally. For some Claw work. It's not as far as like a full widespread, automated system yet internally. People kind of spin up their own machines and do it as they will. But it is nice because if it's going to our API, there's some security benefits there. There's 0 data retention. Everything is very secure. You're not sending it to, a closed API, and you can run it yourself through other providers. And the model was very much meant to be good at like long form, multi-turn agentic tasks. It loves chaining together 10 to 20 tool calls before it comes back with an answer. You do have to retain reasoning. Like one of the ways you do well at that is, since it thinks, then calls a tool, then thinks, then calls another tool, or calls 3 tools at once.
Yeah.
If you throw away the thinking, you're basically it might forget what it's called before. So unlike others, like that's a very important piece, but we find that the thinking is so tiny when it's doing that. It's not like 20, 30,000 tokens that it's actually like a minimal hit to your context window. So this model was very much trained to be good in Claw-esque work. It's very good in pinch bench from Claw, which we're excited about, right behind Opus. So we're very pleased with how it came out for these models.
100%. And I'm seeing a lot of love in the chat again. Someone there's some questions, if you don't mind, I can. Someone asked, what's the most surprising insight you've gained from building and training the Trinity models?
Oh man, there's so many.
Feel free to rattle them off.
The most surprising, I think, is fundamentals are still key. I think that like People can be very, RL is very much like the hotness right now, but your performance in reinforcement learning and how far you're able to take it is very heavily dictated on how well your mid training and pre training is, obviously, but also how high quality your SFT and kind of 2023 2024 era post training work is. So definitely, it's not you can't fix bad SFT with RL, but you can definitely take RL very, very far with a lot of work on data and training regime and SFT, and then just overall, how it doesn't need to be $1 billion per model. There are ways to do this in a cost-effective way.
Yeah, and kind of maybe diving into that, I know you touched on it briefly too. Does training the model specifically, like as you mentioned, optimizing it for things like OpenClaw or with like a certain use case in mind, does that help with the cost efficiency in the training? Or I guess how do you go about making the training more cost efficient so that you can actually produce a good model like you have?
Well, there's several layers. I think that when you look at pre-training, mid-training, pre, mid-training, everyone there's so many phrases for the different phases now.
Yeah.
That is just comes down to like raw efficiency as far as like how many flops you're able to take advantage of while you're training the model, and MOEs help with that. Now, the funny thing is, the larger an MOE gets, the sparser it gets. It's actually that efficiency becomes much more difficult to take advantage of,
Right.
because you're activating fewer parts of the model, and those parts of the model are sharded across many different GPUs, and they all have to communicate. Networking becomes a huge bottleneck. But in RL, it's actually that still applies, but there's a different component of RL, which is you're doing a lot of inference, like you're doing rollouts, and then that's being judged either by a judge or by some kind of reward mechanism.
Right.
And we've done very well at optimizing for the pre and post and mid and SFT phase. I think what's exciting for us going forward is how can we squeeze out as much in that RL efficiency as possible. And so the answer is, there's a long answer to your question, but no, it's the same level of spend as it would be to make it like, look at GLM and Chemi and all those like really, Minimax, like really great coding models. I think that given what we were able to do with the compute we had, the amount of time we had it was only feasible to focus most of those rollouts on some of your more generalist tasks. That's not to say that, as we bring on more compute and put a little bit more horsepower behind these, and maybe spend a little bit more in the future, that we can do both.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And also, I think for people that are kind of looking for some people that are using Trinity large or thinking in Kilo Claw, they might be thinking like, in the past, model providers have provided some guidance on how to prompt coding agents. I don't know if that's changing with OpenClaw. When you think about optimizing a model within a harness like OpenClaw, do you have any directives on how they should be prompting the model, or does that all happen on the training side to make sure they can do whatever, or is it a compromise?
It's a mixture of both. I think that it is significantly different than what you would usually do. So in Claude Code, right? Anthropic handles almost all of the initial prompting, which is like the system prompts and the tools and how that's all presented to the model. There's obviously guidance around how you put in your task and how the criteria you ask for it. I would say that it's actually a little bit trickier with stuff like Kilo Claw and OpenClaw, and that those are very pre-fill heavy experiences. And I'll put it that way of like, there is a tremendous amount of context being dumped into that model, which is the reason we focused on having really great long context adherence. Was like, you're throwing in system prompts, you're throwing in API information, you're throwing in memory. The model's calling things to look at the MD files to look at its behavior and personality.
That's all outside of the prompt.
All outside of the prompt itself.
Right.
Then there are the prompts that each tool has when it's called, and the instructions on how to use them. So there's a lot that's actually out of your control. Granted, it's open source. You can go in and change them as you like.
Yeah.
For OpenClaw. My suggestion there would be the model is very good at adhering to your instructions in how it takes action, not in how it thinks. So it has a very particular way that it likes to think, and a very particular way that it likes to go through managing all of that context. So less of the prompting should be like, think this way or approach it that way. It should be more along the lines of do this thing, and then it will use all of its thinking tokens to do it that way. So if you say, take action in this way, do it in these steps, it'll be very good at following that. I would say less of the prompting would be focused on, reason through it in this way.
Right.
More on deliver the action in this way, I think is a better way to put it.
Gotcha. So focus more on like the
The result and
Yeah.
less on the how, I guess is a good way to put it.
Yeah, no, I think that's super helpful because I still think people are kind of trying to figure out largely how to prompt OpenClaw. Like you can do magic and prompt crazy things into existence, but then sometimes other things don't work as well. So I think that's helpful. Yeah.
Of any given prompt, like say I would say even a big one's like 1,000 tokens. It is getting about 20,000 other tokens in its context that are not. So,
Yeah.
there's like a 20-to-1 ratio as far as how much your actual message is in the overall, system there. So, you have to make good use of it.
For sure. And then I guess I see some other questions here. One is kind of broad. I know I've mentioned this throughout the workshop so far. I'm wary of predicting or promising anything in AI because of how fast it's all moving. But someone asked, what's the game plan next for RC?
We're not slowing down. I think that we have spent the last, 8 months training. Like for the last 8 months, there has not been a single moment where we do not have a very consequential model training.
Yeah.
And because of that, we've had to move very fast and also make a lot of compromises, which is like something that maybe someone from the team would say, hey, I've come up with this new really cool idea for post training. It's going to take a month to implement. Because it's one thing to have the idea. It's another thing to do a proof of concept. It's a completely different thing to be able to do it across 2,000 GPUs,
sure.
at prod and during the training run.
Yeah.
And we've had to sideline a lot of those efforts in order for things that we could do tomorrow or the next day. Because we're always training.
Yeah.
And so we're in a very unique moment where, we can take a chance to like take a couple weeks to digest what worked with everything we did, what could be improved. And then now that we've reached a level of closeness to the frontier that we're happy with, now the discussion internally and the research goes into how do we then become the best and how do we outperform the other players. So that's our overall kind of roadmap and the way we're thinking of how we're scoping our next year. But a tangible thing from there is our smaller models are going to get a lot more attention, right? Mini and Nano, which we released in December, were very good models, but also very much ways for us to prove that we could prove to ourselves that we could pull off a run for Trinity Large, and do MOEs at scale. So now that we have a very big model that we can distill from, those are going to be getting quite a lot of effort. So look forward to like smaller, agentic focused models from us in the 30B and below size range, maybe a mid-range model somewhere between 30B and 400B. So that's what you can look forward to.
Cool. So I'm seeing some more things in the chat. People are saying definitely going to give RC a try. Very clear explanations. Lucas, thank you. Congrats for Trinity.
Thank you.
I'd love to hear more about maybe outside of your work at RC, just your thoughts on the personal proactive AI landscape in general. Like what do you think about OpenClaw? Where do you think it's heading? What do you think is going to be the main AI tool that everyone's using someday?
I am delighted. I think it's good. Like, I guess it's one of those things of like agents, quote unquote, have been promised as a game changer for years. Like basically since, ChatGPT came out, and agents used to mean, oh, we're taking a model via an API and giving it a tool. That was an agent.
Yeah.
And it was helpful. Like certainly being able to have it take action was meaningful, but it was by no means game changing. And then you started to see work around like Crew AI and these kind of like multi-agent setups where you had orchestrators and kind of sophisticated chains and innate-in work and diffies and these kind of workflow management tools where you were abstracting away a lot of the action to programmatic tools, and then using the LLM for the decision, like a very quick decision, but not giving it full control because the models weren't reliable enough to do that, or they couldn't handle all of the context needed to do it well and reliably. And I think that OpenClaw is kind of that first example of like, no, the models we're working with in 2025, now 2026, are significantly different than the models we had in early 2025, 2024. And you're able to, you can cut out 80% of that plumbing and replace it with a model and trust that if you give it access to these 50 tools, it's going to be able to do some very sophisticated stuff to accomplish tasks for you. So I'm delighted by it. I think that it's not going to be the last time we have a shift in this way of looking at AI. This is just another moment of the public finally being able to make use of the power that is behind these models, right? Oftentimes, the best use cases from these models are not from the labs that train them, because they're focused on training the next one and making it better, but actually making use of it is going to be the people who are in the community building around these tools. So very excited. I don't think OpenClaw itself is always it's going to always be around. It's a massive thing, but the community around it and the sense of kind of always on 24/7 persistent assistants that aren't living in a chatbot but are living as a part of the tools you use every day, that is absolutely going to be around, and I'm excited to see kind of what comes next.
Me too, man. I see another question in the chat. Looking back on it, what was the most fun part of the training run for Trinity? Most exciting, if there was one.
Nerve-wracking, I would say, is there's two. There's like the most fun was when, so for the first one we did, which was dense, then nano, then mini, those runs went rather smoothly in that, like, you loaded them up on the machines, we sent them. Maybe there was a few issues with CUDA or NCCL we had to work through. PyTorch had a configuration problem, took a couple hours to fix. We sent it, and mostly it looked as you would expect. The loss started to go down, and it was but those were exciting moments, but it was getting the evals back and seeing it get better and better and better.
Yeah.
Those were exciting. I think with Trinity Large, if you read our tech report, which you can find like on our website, or if you just Google Trinity Large tech report,
yeah,
we go into a big thing of how like it was not stable for the first couple of days. It was experts were collapsing, the routing wasn't going well, and when we finally got the changes in, and we kind of had to build our own research around expert routing at that size, where the loss started to be very, very smooth and evals started to look really, really good. That was a very satisfying moment, but it came from anxiety and feeling like it might not go well to then having it go well was really delightful. I would say the nicest part about Trinity Large thinking in particular was when we were done, and we were done with the cluster and we knew we were going to release soon, we started to be able to do a lot of these more longer agentic evals, which you don't usually do during RL, because they take a long time, right? If they take 8 hours to run, you don't want to be doing an 8-hour eval every day, right? So once we started to see those come in, and once we started to see how good they were, I think that was a moment of celebration inside. Like, it was like, oh my God, we actually did that. Like, people called me crazy a year ago. I called myself crazy, but I knew we could do it. And then to have actually done it was, I'm still kind of soaking that in, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's super impressive. I've only heard really good things about it from Kilo users anyway. And I think maybe for the last 5-10 minutes, I'd love to, one, learn more about how you all are using AI internally, because at Kilo, like, every engineer owns a product area end to end. They're managing 5 to 7 agents. I know I'm on the marketing side, DevRel side of things, but I use multiple agentic tools every day that I depend on, and it's accelerated all of our productivity. So I'd love to learn more about what it looks like internally at RC when it comes to AI tools and how you're using them.
It's on a per person basis. I mean, I think especially on the research engineering side, it can be a little, those are definitely the people who are the most like AI native, right?
Yeah.
But can be some danger in abstracting everything away, or like putting everything away towards coding models,
right?
Because weird sneaky things that it's hard to make unit tests and integration tests to fully capture. When you're doing a new thing that you've never done before,
Yeah.
Oftentimes you want a lot of checks and balances there when you're using
Sure.
coding models, and
Sure.
it's kind of hard to do that. But what we do is we just let everyone who's at RC, like, if you want to use OpenAI's models, you can use those. If you want to use Claude, you can use those. A lot of people are using open models, and now a lot of our internal stuff around, like, finding people on Twitter or LinkedIn who've talked about Trinity and what they like and what they don't like. Those are all automated. We use Trinity for those. A lot of our, like, go to market and overall, like, sales management stuff when it comes to agents, we use Trinity. So what's been really delightful is a lot of the tools we were already using we're now able to use our own models for, which before we would have to outsource to, like, OpenAI and Anthropic. So that's really exciting. But I think that we're hitting a weird world where, like, there is this feedback loop where the better the models get, the faster you're able to implement new things, and the faster you're able to test them and ablate them and then use them in training. So, I guess I encourage a lot of AI use. I also encourage a lot of caution. Right. I think that outsourcing your work to AI is great. Outsourcing your thinking is not.
Yeah.
Right. That I'm hiring people for their minds and their talent and their intuition and their ambition, and I don't want those things outsourced to models. But everything else, sure, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, understand. And I think that's exactly how we see it at Kilo too. Like, the AI is a multiplier of the human who kind of becomes the director and the tastemaker and the, like, manager, essentially. Super cool. So I think maybe for the last couple of minutes, I just want to open up the floor for you to share anything you want to share about RC, any resources that you think people should tune into, any news or anything you want people to know.
I appreciate that. I mean, we're grateful for the community being so welcoming of what we're doing. We we fully believe that while we do expect the open source and open weight modeling world in the West to kind of explode, we might have been the first mover in this kind of new wave, but we certainly won't be the last. Gemma, you see Google coming out with work. Nvidia is doing unbelievable work with Nemotron. Maybe Meta makes a return after their release today, and there's other players out there. So we never want to give the impression that we're, like, the savior of American open source, or we're the only ones and everyone else is going to fail. This needs to be a community-driven effort where all these players are coming in and we're working off and building off each other's work.
Sure.
And there's this, if you ever want to compete and stay, useful, right? Our goal is the most useful per token models in the world.
Right.
If you want to do that and have it be strong relative to the massive compute and talent at these frontier labs, it needs to be a compounding effort across many different efforts, not just what we have internally. That being said, we strongly believe that there needs to be players in this space whose sole existence is on how good that our open models are.
Yeah.
If we, one of the reasons Meta had to move away was it wasn't their main revenue source. They weren't making revenue. And, the tides can shift and you can stop. And we think that there needs to be a player out here to keep us in the space who can't stop, because it's how we make money, and that's kind of our goal here at RC. So we really appreciate everyone trying out Trinity. We deeply appreciate feedback, and we're working through our API as well. Like, we're working on we're serving this in-house. We are not going through an external provider, so we're working on scaling that up, making it more reliable, ensuring that, like, the tool use and the way that we're sending that across the net gets better. But anything and everything, we're more than happy to hear from you. We have a Discord. We're very active on Twitter, and we appreciate anything you'd want to go into the next models. Let us know, because we're designing those right now.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining, Lucas. That was super informative, super insightful. I hope we get to talk again soon, but I'm excited to keep using the RC models in my own Claw, and I'm sure it seems like a lot of people in the chat are as well.
Thanks. I appreciate it, Brian. And I appreciate what you all have done too. It's a really great ecosystem and community you've built up. So we're happy to be a part of it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Talk soon.
All right,
Thanks,
bye.
Lucas. Bye-bye. All right, cool. Give it up for Lucas. Now we're on to that was awesome. Always cool to hear from, the folks behind the actual models. We've done some webinars with Anthropic before, and it's always really interesting to hear what goes into producing the brains behind Kilo, Claw, and OpenClaw. All right, awesome. So we have our next speaker coming on in just a minute. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna queue him up. But in the meantime, again, if you don't already see the pinned comment, if you're joining late, I have a accompanying guide for this webinar, which I'll also share the link QR to on the screen right now. In 1 second, which is here. So you can scan this. You can get information on the speakers that we have today. In the top right corner, there's a speakers button, a place to sign up for a free trial. And if it's unclear, we're offering, because you all filled the crab bucket at the beginning of the session, 2 months of compute for all the attendees. So again, you have to start a free trial here. You'll get a 7-day free trial. And after the workshop's over, we're going to extend all of your trials to 2 months. So don't worry, your trial will be extended. You'll get the 2 months. But if it's not there right now, that's why. So no worries there. I saw some questions about that in the chat. And then again, there's some some starter prompts here for your Kilo Claw. And after the last session, we have 2 more from our guests. One right at 2, one at 2:30, and then at 3, we're going to do another walkthrough of the Kilo Claw setup, because I know we kind of had to rush through the first one at the beginning of the call. So I'm going to teach you exactly how to set it all up. We'll start from scratch. We'll set it up with these prompts here, and then you'll all have a working briefing Kilo Claw agent that you can run with as soon as the call is over, and take some of the great insights we got from John, from Jonah, from Lucas, and Chad so far on all their great tips on saving resources, putting together great OpenClaw, Kilo Claw workflows, etc. So I'm going to go back to this QR so you all can scan that. And give me 1 second for our next speaker. And if anyone has any questions in the chat there, please feel free to throw them in. All right, our next speaker is just joining the call now. So let's join that, open that buddy guide. I'm looking at the chat right now. Oh, thanks for all the kind words, everybody. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Still got, this is the longest live stream I've ever done, by far. And super engaged audience, great viewership. So I'm super grateful that you all are here and joining me. Okay, cool. Looks like our next speaker is here. So this speaker I met at ClawCon Austin. So if you don't know, the Kilo team's been doing a bit of a road show, especially me kind of traveling around we did one in New York, we did one in Miami, we did one in Austin, as I mentioned, a couple in New York. And this speaker really caught our attention, gave a great talk at ClawCon Austin, so much so that he's actually joined forces with Kilo. So I'm going to bring him on stage now. Welcome, Josh.
Hey, everybody. All right.
Hey, you got a great camera. I got to level up my camera.
You know where I got this camera? Peter, back in COVID times, tweeted about how he bought a professional camera and was using it for Zoom and how much better it was. And so I actually have the same camera as Peter does.
Oh, no way. That's awesome. Well, yeah, I'd love for you to share kind of more about your background, how you got involved in OpenClaw, kind of your role in the OpenClaw ecosystem, and what you're excited about right now, just as some background context.
Yeah, so I'm Josh. I live in Austin. Made it nice to meet at ClawCon in Austin. So So I have a background in iOS development. I was an iOS developer for 14 years, and then started getting into AI stuff. Started working on OpenClaw, and my biggest singular claim to fame in OpenClaw, among lots of bug fixes and other smaller improvements, is I added. I'm working on the part of OpenClaw that allows you to take your credentials and store them somewhere else, so like off the disk. It's a basic security hygiene feature, but I think it's building blocks for companies like Kilo Code to come in and securely host OpenClaw deployments at scale. And my own personal perception is I think that at scale deployed, hosted OpenClaw instances is probably going to be a big part of OpenClaw's future. So I'm doing everything I can to support that and make that happen.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I'd love for you to kind of just give the same spiel we heard at ClawCon Austin, because I was super impressed by it. Obviously, the Kilo team was, and I know that you're a very important person in getting OpenClaw to what it is right now. So
yeah, I've got my presentation. Should I kick it off?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, one moment while I set all this up.
Yeah, for sure. And if it wasn't clear when you mentioned Peter, you're, for the audience, talking about the creator of OpenClaw himself.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Peter Steinberger. So, who's very much a celebrity in the tech world right now.
Yeah. I think his phone is going off 24/7 at the moment.
Oh yeah, I believe it.
So let's do this. Let me clean up my windows here. Sorry for the
No, take your time.
difficulties.
I see some questions already rolling in, so we can do those after, and then I'll share your screen.
Okay. Let me get my presentation going here.
Yep.
Okay. Can we see the presentation?
Yeah. Perfect.
So this was the talk I gave at ClawCon. I'm excited to give it again. I put a lot of heart into this one, and I think it was. I hope it went over well overall. So let's get into it. It's Indiana Lobster and the Vault of Secrets, which is a fun name for external secrets management in OpenClaw. I gave a rundown in ClawCon, but I'll do it again real quick. Josh Avant, OpenClaw maintainer. I built this feature in OpenClaw. It's external secrets management is maybe the more technical way to describe it. But like I said, previously, I was a 14-year iOS developer, 9-year Austinite too. I live here in Austin. So cool. So what are external secrets? It's a question that maybe you haven't heard of, but it's probably something you might already be using. External secrets means keeping secrets like API keys in dedicated systems outside of plain text config files or logs. This reduces like accidental leaks. It makes management of those keys and rotating those keys easier, because you typically have like software that has nice UX and utilities to like change the values of them, and then something like OpenClaw just pulls from that store, and it doesn't leave them on disk where other people can read them. There's a concept in security of like an untrusted host, maybe AWS. You don't trust AWS for some reason or another, and you don't want them to have your API keys. This allows you to keep them off disk.
Cool.
So many of you probably already use external secrets products. If you've heard of 1Password, Bitwarden, or HashiCorp Vault, those are common examples. So like you'll create a password in 1Password and it lives there. You don't have to remember the password. You don't have to store it elsewhere. When you need the password, you get it from 1Password. And so this feature in OpenClaw kind of does the same thing. It's also useful in like enterprise deployment scenarios where you want a more structured, auditable control over your secrets. But that's, like I said, more useful for like enterprise scenarios like KiloClaw.
Right.
So you might be wondering, how can I do that in OpenClaw? And I introduced SecretRef. It goes anywhere an API key can go. So most importantly, that's your openclaw.json, or if for some reason you're hand editing it, your auth profiles.json. So let's get into it. What is secret ref?
Do it.
Secret ref is a pointer object. It's not the secret itself, and that's kind of the key part of this. It supports 3 different sources. You can use an environment variable, and this is one thing that's supported outside of secret ref, but we rolled it into secret ref so it can be a one-stop shop. And that's your environment variable, like you'd set in many other scripts or something that you'd pass into your shell. You can also use a file. Maybe you do want to store it on disk, but you want to store it, in some JSON structure that you're familiar with, instead of having to go jump into your OpenClaw JSON and scroll down 100 lines. Maybe you want to keep like one JSON file with all of your credentials neatly organized. Secret ref actually allows you to do that too. And then there's the executed command. And this is the most powerful one. This lets you run literally like any command like you're on the shell. And that's where the more useful integrations hook in at.
Yeah.
So you might call like 1Password. You might call Vault. You might call Bitwarden and all that stuff. And that's really the most people will probably use the executed command form of this.
Right.
But it's deliberately agnostic. The OpenClaw's mantra is supporting anyone and everyone, from models to workflows to like whatever you want to do. We just want to be the glue that makes it all work and work really cool. Plain text still works. Secret ref is an opt-in additive feature. So right now, where you put an API key, you just swap it with secret ref. You don't have to use secret ref throughout. Use plain text where you want, secret ref where you want. The choice is yours. So let's check out what the schema kind of looks like. Let's get a little more technical.
Let's do it.
So this is what you'll see in your OpenClaw JSON. Where you have a key today, you'll put this. You've got your source, the environment, the file, the exec. Those are the ones we talked about. Your provider, that'll link to. I'll show an example of that in the next screen. That gets a little more technical. And then the ID of like what you're looking for. So, for example, if you have like that JSON file example I was saying, you might store it under data, my keys, together AI API key or something. So you put that in the ID. All right. So wall of text incoming, but we'll work through it. These are actual examples of deploying these. And it might look a little scary, but there's some sense in here. So you'll notice the same pattern repeated 3 ways. There's the environment version, the file version, the exec version. At the top, we have the secrets provider. This is where each of the 3 really vary. In the starting on the left, in the env one, the default is source env. That tells secret ref, hey, pull it from the environment. That's as simple as it gets. That's your kind of like most basic example. We get a little more interesting when we get to file. So we're looking at the top part of the file example. You see file main. We tell secret ref, okay, this is coming from a file. You give it the path of the file. It's like secrets.json. Goes back to that example we were talking about. And then, so now in the next step, we'll discuss, we'll be able to pull from this file. And then finally on the right, the top right, the exec example. This is the most powerful example. This lets you call anything, a shell script, 1Password CLI, Bitwarden, Vault. This is where like your most complex integrations are going to live. And so like we have a lot of little knobs here. Most of them are for security. So like allow symlink command, that allows the command you put in here to be a symlink, meaning like it's redirecting somewhere else. We make that explicit to make sure and if it's not, and if it ends up becoming a symlink, like somebody tries to link 1Password over to some hostile binary or something, everything will fail shut.
Cool.
So security is important.
Yeah, of course.
We have trusted directories. That just makes sure that like you're okay, like everything matches up where you're looking to go. Homebrew is one example. Homebrew puts it puts symlinks in like the path that's shown here, but the actual binary lives somewhere else. Trusted directory says, hey, I trust the Homebrew directory. It's cool. Arguments, pass-m, JSON only. These are just more configuration. But let's get into the kind of examples now.
Let's do it.
So if we look at the bottom here, we got, let's start at the bottom left, models, providers, OpenAI. You see API key. So normally that's your, was it 32 maybe character key, a bunch of different letters and numbers and stuff. Now we tell it, go check out the default provider. That's the name there, default. And the source is M. They match. The source is included in the secret ref implementation. That way to make sure that as a failsafe to make sure you're getting it from where you expect. So the provider also has the M. OpenClaw checks to make sure they match, to make sure nothing's different here. And then everything's good. It'll pull the OpenAI API key value from the environment. Similarly, if you move right to the file provider example, you have /OpenAI/API key. We see the provider as file main. And so that /OpenAI/API key, that is a JSON path. So it's going to look for like an OpenAI dictionary or dictionary with a key, OpenAI, and then look for a string with, a key value in that dictionary that the key is API key, and it'll pull the key there. And then over in exec, we have the same thing again. In this case, ID is value. Sometimes value is a hard-coded constant you're going to want to use. There's more about that in the docs if you're curious. But as like I said, as much of a wall of text as this may look like, it does kind of work like one similar way, depending on how you want to configure your OpenClaw JSON, and ultimately allows you to store all of these keys outside of OpenClaw JSON in, whatever other place you want to put them.
Sweet.
So how does it work under the hood? There's some key elements that are important to know here that'll make your secret ref experience a little easier. Atomic capture. Some of you might have heard the word atomic before. It's a fancy word that means everything at once. Like we're going to do a bunch of things all at once in one end-to-end move. Mm-hmm. So OpenClaw atomically captures all the secrets all at once on startup and reload. This was a design decision because we want to avoid I'm sure folks are familiar with 1Password. If you unlock it, pull a password out of it, come back like 10 minutes later, it's going to ask you for your password again. And so after you kick off an OpenClaw instance, you don't want all of a sudden, oh, my OpenAI key is gone.
Right.
So that's a big problem. So what we end up doing is we capture everything all at once, and we, it's all right there, or it's not there, and we fail closed. Speaking of failures, this is kind of good security hygiene. If you deploy some security system that gives you a sense of security, you don't want it to quietly fail. You want it to fail fast, fail early, fail safe, and tell you. Right. So on startup, if your secret ref can't resolve, startup will fail. It'll fail to load. That's by design because we don't want to let you get into a state where, oh, my things are missing and things are just weirdly not working.
Right.
To check your logs will tell you everything that's going on. On reload, we don't have the luxury we don't want to shut things off if your secrets are unavailable. So we'll revert to the last known good configuration. Because with this system, if you were able to start it up and then you kind of made a mistake or something, we do have a last known good snapshot that we can fall back to. So we'll do that. Again, if you get in any weird situations with this, check your logs. All of these failure states are emitted in your logs. And the final piece, kind of like what I was alluding to, everything's captured in an in-memory snapshot. So you might be wondering, okay, like the key lives over there, but the application needs it. What's the safe way? Like, where does it live now? It lives in memory. So we make this snapshot at startup and we keep it in memory. Surveilling memory is a much harder task than just reading a file from disk.
For sure.
Eliminates a whole class of stuff, right?
Yep.
So it lives in memory right now. Runtime paths will read from that snapshot. And then we've achieved getting all of our credentials off disk where they're very easy to grab and capture. So yeah, in memory is the way to go. And then when you kill your OpenClaw instance, start it up again, we do the atomic capture, put it back in memory, everything's refreshed.
Awesome.
So let's see. There's some CLI tooling that's going to be useful if you decide to deploy SecretRef. There's OpenClaw Secrets Audit. That'll scan for all your plain text secrets, your unresolved secret refs, the ones that like OpenClaw can't figure out how to grab, or any like configuration drift that might need cleanup. There's Secrets Configure. This is an interactive setup. So if you want to set it all up from the CLI, you can go OpenClaw Secrets Configure, and there's a nice little UX right there to interactively set this up. That's a good start. If you're uncomfortable with OpenClaw JSON and editing that, start with OpenClaw Secrets Configure.
Sweet.
OpenClaw Secrets Apply. That applies or does a dry run of your secrets. And so that's good if you are editing your OpenClaw JSON directly and you're like, I don't know if this works well or not. Do a dry run. It'll tell you if it's good. Or if you want to update it in real time, plenty of scenarios where you want to sort of like manually change something in real time while something's running.
Yeah.
That'll do it for you.
Sweet.
And then finally, reload. This will replace that in-memory snapshot that I mentioned earlier. So if you went and edited your OpenClaw JSON file and you're like, wait, that's not the key's not showing up still, address your error with something in here, and then you can go OpenClaw Secrets Reload and force it to recapture that.
Awesome.
And just for an example, I pulled the screenshot of me running OpenClaw Secrets Audit on an installation on my home lab. I use plain text on my home lab because I keep it secure myself, so I feel comfortable putting them in plain text there. And this is what it told me. It said, you've got all these things stored as plain text. It'll point them out to you, tell you where they live. It's super handy.
Sweet.
There's one last thing to know with SecretRef. Pretty much everything's supported. There's a couple things still unsupported. There's a dedicated docs page to look at for that. The TLDR here is OAuth and hooks. Those are two things that are not supported yet. I actually am workshopping a PR right now for OpenClaw to add this support, hopefully land it in the next couple days. And then at that point, 100% of OpenClaw, all of your credentials can live somewhere else. But
wow.
For now, right now, we just have these, and these are the ones that are unsupported, but check next week.
Awesome. And can people set their KiloClaw up with all this good stuff? Might I ask?
KiloClaw actually comes configured with it. So you can set keys in the KiloClaw settings, and it actually uses SecretRef to set those keys.
Awesome. Had to plug that real quick.
For sure, yeah. KiloClaw makes it the easiest way to use SecretRef.
Awesome. Love to hear it. I also think it'd be awesome to hear as an OpenClaw maintainer, like, what are some of the use cases that you're actually using OpenClaw, KiloClaw for? Like, what are some of the ones that you think are the most significant to your day-to-day life, and maybe some insider tips and tricks we could take away?
Yeah, totally. I'll go ahead and kill my presentation here. Let me come back.
And thanks for that presentation, by the way. It was super informative. And as he mentioned, it's all shipped natively in KiloClaw. So if you spin up a KiloClaw instance, it's already doing all that stuff.
Right. Yeah. So what do I use OpenClaw for? I use it for a lot. I would call myself like I'm still single threaded with OpenClaw. I have my assistant on my phone. I set it up with Signal, and I talk to it when I need things, when I need to figure out things.
Yeah.
So I end up using it like if I just have some crazy idea or I want to go check something for me. I use it for that. I'm in the process of setting up like a hosted Mattermost on my home lab that I talked about, and I look forward to spinning up things to like check the OpenClaw Git history and give me reports and stuff like that. The reason why I haven't set that up is the maintainers have that tool already. But I think I want to set up my own reports, put it in my own way.
Yeah,
so
sure.
That's my next project.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I'm curious if you've heard like from being involved with the community and being at these events, some other wild use cases that people are doing. I know one example from my end at ClawCon New York, I talked to a guy who basically said, yeah, all these practical use cases are great. I know there's a lot of people thinking about how they can actually implement this in immediate ROI, like whether it's morning briefings, triaging their inbox. But this guy was like, I'm more interested in what happens when I give it, I wouldn't recommend this, by the way, but I give it maximum access. I give it access to as much as I can possibly give it. And then say, I want you to just optimize yourself and figure out what's the best way to use yourself for my life. And I'm going to check back in a month. This guy said. So he's like, I want you to run like every hour and optimize further and further based on these resources.
Wow.
And I'm going to check in on like it's basically like a petri dish of AI. Like, how does that, what happens at the end? No one knows. So I'm going to have to catch up with him again soon, but I'm curious if you've heard anything interesting like that.
That's definitely one of the more interesting ones. I hope you catch up with them. And if you remember, ping me on Slack. I'd love to hear how that worked out.
Yeah, 100%.
The more interesting ones, I'm sure you heard at ClawCon Austin, the Alpha School kids.
Yes.
And I sent it to Peter, and Peter tweeted about it. There's a school here that's teaching high school age kids to like go automate. I think a lot of the work they've found is like marketing type work.
Yeah.
They automated the lead development, finding people and outreach and trying to like close deals and stuff. And then they automate the marketing that it's doing. And these kids are making like 30 grand a month. Like insane. High school kids making 30 grand a month on autopilot.
And they're basically just like, they have a business where they set up OpenClaw for a business, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And they have an OpenClaw running that business for them. So it's like kind of, yeah.
Yeah. I think some of them were saying that. And I think I heard some of them were like, they used it to find companies that needed marketing and like cold call them basically and like pitch the deal and close the deal and then do the marketing.
So crazy. Yeah, it's wild to think like what the generation that's growing up with AI fully implemented into their day-to-day lives will come up with. Like 10, 20, it's impossible to even predict a year from now, but it's crazy.
Yeah. We're on the verge of something that's going to be around for a while in a very interesting form.
100%. I'm also curious kind of what you think about where it's all going. Obviously, OpenClaw is like a paradigm shift in how we think about interacting with AI, like largely because of the proactive nature of it. And it's less, I guess, transactional as a chat bot like ChatGPT is.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think it hasn't really hit the general population yet as an accessible tool. I'm curious, like, where you see this all going in the next couple of months to a year.
Yeah, totally. I agree with you. Like, as a general tool, like it's still really hard to set up. I set an OpenClaw up on my home lab for my girlfriend a couple weeks ago. Yeah. And like I'm a maintainer and I still needed to fully rely on Codex to be like, how do I configure this? What do I do?
Yeah.
I don't think you can configure an OpenClaw without Codex or a hosted OpenClaw service. So I think I kind of think like that's why I said at the top of the call, my personal perspective is I think hosted OpenClaw deployments are probably the future. I think there's a lot of groundwork to make that a lot better, a lot more secure. I keep an eye on some of the security things for OpenClaw, and I've thought a lot about it. And recently I've kind of settled on the idea of like the security controls in place are actually pretty good, but we just need to do a lot of UX improvements. A lot of users aren't aware that they exist. They're not aware things are being blocked in the background. So I think a lot of like UX improvements are warranted. So I think we have the proof of concept that like something interesting is here, and I think a whole lot of workshopping will make it a whole lot more user friendly, and out of user friendliness grows the whole user base, and we just see like tangents, cool skills, cool plugins, stuff like that from there, and just kind of spirals out.
Yeah, 100%. And I agree. I just wanted to flag that there's a lot of love in the chat right now for your presentation and for Secret Ref. People are saying this is brilliant, such a well thought out product. Great work, Josh. I think this will be the number one thing I'll actually try using. Great stuff. Yeah. So awesome. I really appreciate the presentation. I'm glad to have you here helping out at Kilo, and I'm sure we'll do more live stuff soon. But thanks so much for taking the time and joining the stream.
Yeah, awesome. Glad to be here, and thanks for having me, Brian.
Yeah, of course. Talk soon, Josh.
See you guys.
Thank you. All right, cool. Give it up for Josh. Okay, we're on. That was awesome. Again, like we had John, early OpenClaw contributor. We have Josh now, OpenClaw maintainer. So not only I feel like it's this audience very early on an emergent technology that's going to change the world, but we also have an inside look at the people who built it, which is incredible and a privilege, honestly, in my opinion. But we're now on to our final guest session, who I'm going to bring on in just a minute. We'll do 30 minutes and we'll walk through some interesting things that he's building with KiloClaw and OpenClaw. And then at 3 o'clock, again, Brendan and I are going to run through the setup of a KiloClaw, start to finish. For anyone who missed the first session, is just joining, or didn't get through the content in the first session because we had to move along to a different speaker, we're going to do that again, so that if you stick with us and walk through it with us, you'll have a working KiloClaw agent by 3:30 and some resources to help you start building some more use cases on top of it. But without further ado, I want to bring on our final guest of the workshop, Mr. Dan McCoy. Welcome, Dan.
Hey, it's great to be here.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Absolutely. Exciting.
Yeah. Your background and camera are great. I got to get myself something like that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Maybe we're all hat, no cattle here in Texas.
No. I'm sure that's not true. I met a lot of people at ClawCon Austin who are very much show and cattle. So, yeah, I think it'd be great if you give a background on who you are, what you're doing, what you're building, and I think it'd be fun for the audience to learn also how you ended up on this call.
Sure, I'll be happy to do that. So, well, I'm Dan McCoy. I'm the CEO of a company called Rocket Tools. I was a CEO of a big company for a long time, one that y'all probably heard of, and then I stepped down as CEO about 5 years ago. And we always had done storytelling consulting. So we helped companies with strategy, brand launch, that sort of thing. And then when the AI thing came along, we figured out pretty quickly we could use it to tell stories. Mm-hmm. What we didn't really understand was that by being a good storyteller, we could actually prompt it to do some really cool things. And so we stood up a little company called Rocket Tools, which helps small business with automation and things like that. And we own a chocolate factory. That's one of the companies that I own. And so it's often a laboratory for us to try out new things. And we found out that small business is hard. Yeah. And today, I ran a big company and I found out that a small business person is paying 10x for the same tools that I was paying for a big company.
Right.
So we felt like we could build those tools to fix part of that problem. And that's kind of how this whole journey all started.
That's awesome. And then I think it'd be cool to walk through how you actually ended up at this workshop, because I think it all started with a one-on-one training with my colleague, Alex.
Absolutely. Can I show you? Can I screen share? Does that work?
Please do. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to flip over my screen here. Let me just
cool.
I'm probably going to end up sharing like secrets and a bunch of stuff. So tell me when you can see it or not. Can you see my screen?
I can put it on if you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So this is our chocolate factory. We're here in the textile country just outside Austin. And this is where this journey all started because we needed to figure out how to automate this company because we quickly figured out we couldn't afford all of the third-party additions and things like that you needed to do.
Yeah.
So like many of everybody on this call, before OpenClaw, we started in, VS Code. And I would say initially we were using Claude Code. When you guys came along, I think we were really quick adopters to jump over to Kilo Code. And we use both, to be fair, with running the projects. So, I do most of my stuff in VS Code. I think my team bounces around to different kind of editors, but that's the one that I usually use. And so we started to build automations, and we started small. And I'm going to walk you through, if it's okay, I'll walk you through our stack to kind of show you to how it works. And then where OpenClaw kind of comes in, because I think it's going to bring a mobile experience for much of the stuff that we're having to do at the terminal, which is kind of interesting. So we built a system we call content intelligence. And I'll just kind of go over, and if this is okay, I'll just kind of quickly walk you through it. And feel free to stop me at any time. But this is basically our secret sauce. I would tell you that this is what we sell to customers, but this is also what we built for ourselves. We really needed to build this ourselves. And we built it kind of on this little framework. There's a lot of really smart people in this call. And they're going to say, man, Dino, this is pretty simple in its effort. It probably is to some degree. But we automated the storytelling process and helped us to tell the story of our business better. And we really follow this inputs, analysis, actions, IA kind of approach. And I'll just kind of walk you through. So this was initially built, again, Claude Code, Kilo Code, basically. And it's a typical kind of system. So you have a bunch of inputs. What we found is that many businesses, especially like the Chocolate Factory or any business we work with, there's just a tremendous amount of data. And so part of it is that context is incredibly valuable, but it's really only valuable if you can use it.
Right.
And so we built a system that can intake all that. So our POS data, our first party tracking. So we put, tracking pixels on our sites, our client sites, and we ingest all of that into our own hardware. That's one of the decisions we did last year, which I'm so glad we did, is that we were using external hardware and we decided to build our own, and it's just been revolutionary. We went from small home labbers to having our little mini server farm, and it's been amazing because that's really allowed us to have data safety and data security, which I'll be honest with you, held us back on jumping on the OpenClaw bandwagon because we got comfortable until y'all came along. A lot of our Shopify e-commerce data, analysis. I'll mention emails. This is really interesting. I don't know if the audience has used this, but this is really cool. And we use this, by the way, with our OpenClaw. We have a lot of smaller companies that they don't have APIs. They don't understand about all that. But we can ingest the emails into our system, and then we clean them for prompt injection. And then we extract the data from those emails, and we use it as part of our system. And that means a small business just has to set up an email forwarding to us. We can take the data. It's actually pretty cool. Ad data, this is the money shot right here, because that's, ads are expensive. And if we can automate that process and find, low hanging fruit, that's good. A lot of UTM data. And then here's KiloClaw. I'll come back to that in a minute. But KiloClaw now becomes an integral part of this kind of input data. And then, of course, standard, everybody knows all this, but, we get SERP data, Google search data, a lot of external APIs. And, I put a few things on here, everything from little simple keywords everywhere that's been around forever to data for SEO, which is a gold mine today if you're in this space. I think it's low hanging fruit. It's like $100 a month, and it's incredible amounts of data that you can get there. Wow. Of course, Perplexity, we scrape websites too, so we do Firecrawl. So all those inputs come into here. And then what we found is that there was still stuff missing or things that we didn't trust. And so with Claude Code, and also we're building this into KiloClaw too, we built an enrichment layer. We call it AI Wire. I don't think I can call it that because I think somebody's trademarked that, but this is our internal word for it. And we run, like, on a given run of this, we'll do 280 of our own searches on ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, Gemini, based on looking for low-hanging fruit, just because we get signals, but we want to test it ourselves and test it in the geographies in which we're doing the searches.
So can I ask, not to interrupt you, like, what do you What do you mean by low hanging fruit? Like, are these? Yeah.
Yeah. So I should have said this at the beginning. So if you're in the space and you're going in, you're going to become an automation agency for a space. I'm going to let you know a little secret. This is Dano's rule. Don't know if it's true, but I think it's true. Your customers have gotten extremely lazy. They don't want to do anything. So they want the entire process like automated. So if we can get down to, maybe it's, instead of showing them 15 things they probably need to do on their website, or in some cases 50 things, we want 3. Just do these 3 things. And if possible, we're going to try to do 2 of the 3 for them. Okay. Just because we could get them to the 5-yard line. I fell into this trap a long time ago that I could get them to the 5-yard line. We'd be golden and we could sell that product. No, we got to score. That's really what they want. They want scoring. And so things that we can do to find those low hanging fruits where they can get the quick win, it energizes them to say, wow, this really worked. This was easier than I thought. You spoon fed it to me, things like that. So that's really what we mean. So we enrich it with our own data. And then of course it just goes into an analysis layer. Everybody's familiar with that. We've got humans here. So we're still, we don't do this entirely automated. We think we deserve to get paid. So we put a little bit of our own, wisdom on it. And then we run it on our own machines. So we have our own hardware. One of the things I discovered last year was something called Vast.ai. I'm sure you've heard of it. Really.
Are you intending to share your screen right now? Because I think it went off.
Yeah, I'm trying to share it, but I don't know. I can share it again.
Okay. Again. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know what happened there. Is that working?
Yes.
Yeah. So can you see it there?
Yes. Perfect.
Yeah. So one of the things we discovered last year, I'm sure you've heard of it, but it's called Vast.ai, where you can go rent these amazing servers. So here we can go out, we can rent an H100 server for like nothing, and we can run a local model on it. And so we can run analysis on just, almost millions of pieces of data for free, as long as we get it done in that hour and a half. We've also do things on Modal and Daytona. These are fantastic products too for running things. And again, all of this kind of feeds into this analysis. And then finally, the part you asked about, which is really kind of the money shot, is like, what are the quick wins? And so I would say we divide our quick wins into 2 things, and this is where it gets into Kilo Claw. One of them, of course, is going to be hybrid. So, and a good example is email marketing. I mean, most of these systems today can generate HTML, and you can stand up a quick website, today really quickly on something like here.now or something. But email marketing, not so much. So we'll go through this process and we'll decide, okay, man, this is going to be a great email campaign. So what we'll do is we'll create this system, will create a prompt basically. And then somebody will go over to a platform like Migma and just paste the prompt in Migma, and it'll generate, a really cool like email that we can use and launch on Klaviyo and things like that. So that system is the way that works. And again, human in the loop. It can also send out signals to our VAs that we have over in the Philippines that will do some of this work. We've got a couple of devs that actually will build automations, and our internal teams, like what photos do we need, what creatives, things like that. The human component of what we're after. And then as much of it as we can, we try to automate. And, blogging, social media. One of the ones that's always real interesting is the way that we automate our podcasts and YouTube work. We call these sub automations, and these are things that run internally here. But again, we're connecting this to Kilo Claw, which is really cool. But here, for instance, this win will go out it'll do ideation, trending. We use Tube AI to get a lot of our trending outlier inputs into this. It'll write a script. We have another sub automation called video assets automation. This actually goes out and does motion graphics. So it goes out, we have it built into AWS. So it'll just generate 9 motion graphics, and then it'll do our screen recording. So it'll go out and it'll pull every screen that we talk about in that script. So I think yesterday we did one on Mythos. And so it went out and pulled out the Anthropic screenshots about Mythos, does screen recordings and screenshots. And then finally it does B-roll. And it puts that all on a website perfectly organized for our human editor that we can send once we do the recording off to the editor. They can just follow along, put the clips in the right spot, and then send it back to us, in which case we can do our Substack and do a final review. So, yeah, it's so simple, man. It's like My job, I have to record the script. I do it in one take, which means I start over a lot, and we send it off to the editor. And with really that one website that's got all the links to the folders, and they can put it together in just really no time at all. But all of that information gets fed back into a data warehouse, and this is where this.
Sorry, Dan, you actually stopped sharing again.
I don't know what's going on with that.
No, it's all good. You quickly throw it
I don't
back.
know that there's that much more to share anyway, but I'll
Okay.
put it back up. I'll put it back up there for a second.
Cool.
So, but anyway, I hope that's not too boring. All that stuff goes into the data warehouse, and then it goes back up here and it feeds this input. So here's what's cool about Kilo Claw is that we're taking this system, which is kind of complicated, and it's sort of wired together and things like that. And we're now taking components of that, and we're feeling much more comfortable after working with you guys and building that into Kilo Claw. So maybe not this entire system and all this connection, but there are certainly things. So I'll just tell you today, we've already wired up, data for SEO is already wired into our Kilo Claw. Of course, we've wired Perplexity and all those sorts of things. We've wired in some of our Google data. We gave our Kilo Claw an email address with agent mail, I think is what we're using for that. And so now we can email our Kilo Claw and it can email us. We're probably timid. We haven't turned it in. We haven't turned our Gmail loose on it yet, or that sort of stuff. I know a lot of people have done that. But that allows our Kilo Claw to email this system.
Right.
Which means our Kilo Claw could set the system off and trigger it based on something from our mobile device or things that one of our people are working on at night. And so I think it's been, it's for us, it's been really kind of game changing. I don't know if you can turn off the screen sharing. I don't know how to do that.
Oh, yeah, I'll turn it off there.
Yeah. But anyway, that's a little bit of our setup. And our idea is that we're going to take more and more of that pretty complex workflow, and we're going to convert more and more of it to Kilo Claw, where it can be autonomous. We can set it off and set it to go. And that way, eventually, I think when I talked to you guys, we want to be able to make that portable, so that our customers can do more and more of that on their own. In other words, get over that last 5 mile when they can just do it from their phone and generate a blog or take a photograph and generate a social post.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, I can already think of the applications even for myself and my job. But so basically the way you've designed this is that when you do port it to your customers someday, they'll be able to create a blog that's not really just generative in the sense that ChatGPT was, but it's informed by all this other data that you've ingested and essentially optimized Kilo Claw to have.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you a stupid story. So we had an ice storm here in Texas, which for us that means it got down to like 33 or something, right? And we noticed a signal that for the chocolate factory that chocolate chip banana bread was really trending. Not sure why, but that's what was going on. So we actually ranked number 4 in the world for chocolate chip banana bread. Okay,
that's crazy.
Now that makes sound like a good deal. That sounds like a good deal, but when number 1 gets 1,000 clicks a month, number 4 gets 22. So that just shows you the difference. But we were able to figure out that people were looking for these characteristics. This is what they wanted. And we took one of our blogs that we already had and we repurposed it and published it automatically, within like 24 hours. Now, is that going to be like, oh my gosh, we're going to retire off it? No, this is not the way this game's played. But over time, that becomes, that gets surfaced in ChatGPT and in Perplexity and in Gemini, so that people have an opportunity at least to get over the 0-click maybe and try to find us, through that kind of search process.
Yeah. And I think that totally mirrors what's so attractive about OpenClaw in general is I think there's some people out there are a little bit selling sand in the whole get rich quick thing, but these little optimizations that you make over time, offloading things and making your whole motion smarter incrementally, eventually add up to a machine that's much more intelligent and proactive and optimized than what you originally had or what you could ever hope to do by the transactional relationship that you might have with ChatGPT, etc. So it makes sense. And I got to try that banana bread. Maybe I'll be in Texas again soon for an event.
You can check it out on our blog. You can be one of our clicks or whatever.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Well, we coach a lot of CEOs on putting AI in their company. And one of the things that we preach is that you've got to start using it yourself.
Yeah.
And we've got plenty that have moved from, I would start Chat GPT into Claude projects, now Claude, desktop, Claude Cowork. They've made the journey. Some have even done Claude Code, but the vast majority of businesses can't do that. The vast majority of people, though, can use their phone. And so the idea that we could create more of an autonomous and intelligent layer and a surface for them to work on, and be able to do that safely, which is what we were really why we kind of gravitated to you guys. But that's what we're excited about.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, it's really impressive. And I see some questions in the chat, maybe if you don't mind fielding some.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Someone asked if there's a link to that Excalibur diagram. And if you don't want to share that, I think that's okay too. I just wanted to forward that to you.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a problem with it. I can try to put one up and I can send it to you later. Maybe.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So that was one question. I also see just generally a lot of love from the audience. This is
thank you.
A great presentation.
I'm an old fart, guys. I'm an old fart here. So yeah.
No, I mean, this is exactly what people are here to see, like a practical implementation that will actually moves the needle on like their personal knowledge of AI and in business. I think, like what we mentioned at the very beginning of the call, like OpenClaw, like any new technology, was the early adopters were developers, but I think it's going to quickly grow into being a much more expansive audience, and getting ahead of it and getting familiar with the tool is really important. And I think a lot of people are starting to look at it from a business perspective as well. So it's been.
Can give you, here's a love story back to the community a little bit too. I showed you this content automation on the Chocolate Factory because it's very open source. We share with everyone. We have a podcast where we talk about, AI in hospitality.
Yeah.
But we do a lot of healthcare work, and that's much more nerdy. And we worked with a healthcare company in Palo Alto this last year on this idea of putting in agentic services. The idea of using your phone to be able to make it very portable for people to use that. And, just last week, we had one of our customers actually just switch their entire interface to an agentic service. And it wasn't really, I'm not going to take credit for it, but I think it was the exposure of having the ability to do that, on their mobile device or on themselves. And then they saw the use case. It really accelerated their company to understand how to solve their problems, which I can't do. We can show them the technology, but these small businesses really understand their problems. And when you start to empower it, it's really invigorating to see that.
Yeah, I could totally see why. More people saying this is awesome in the chat. Thanks for sharing, etc.
Oh, absolutely.
I guess another question I have, and I've been asking every guest today the same question, is outside of business and doing what you do at work, are you using AI in your personal life at all?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I'm a power user. So, I'm having a dinner party on Friday night, and to be honest with you, I had forgotten to do a lot of planning, and I'd even forgot to send out invitations. And so, I literally had Claude Code, and that they have this skill. I'm sure a lot of people use it, called beautiful front end. That's fantastic, right? And I had it stand up a personal website and post it on here.now. And I sent it out and said, hey, I've already built a website. People thought I'd really planned for the party. And honestly, I'd forgot about it till yesterday. So yes, I use it in my personal life almost every single day.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm starting to do the same as well. Like what kind of the, I guess, theme or motif of this whole workshop has been the empowerment of offloading just one task at a time that you used to do manually, whether it's someone who signed up for 11 Labs, like the voice model, and it calls their doctor once a year to schedule their annual physical. And just like those, after time, those build up to the point where you're like, wow, I really offloaded a large amount of time per day that I wasn't even thinking about. And then you get more inspired by more use cases. So
that's what I tell people is to build. And we had somebody on our team actually look at our skills that we had built in the last like 7 or 8 months.
Yeah.
And it was like, I think between the three of us, it was like over 200 skills that had been built internally. But the real power starts to come is when you stack them. So then all of a sudden you realize, oh wow, I've got a skill that'll write a prompt for Migma. I've got a skill now that'll connect, that'll post on Klaviyo. I've got a skill that will build a social post. And then you can go in and build these extremely complex multi-sequence automations. And honestly, you're just repurposing the work you've
For
And
sure.
I think that's really where we get kind of jazzed up, is we'll see a problem and we'll think, wow, we don't have a solution for that, but we've got 5 different elements that if we all put them together, then all of a sudden we can solve that problem for a customer.
Yeah, and like I totally agree. And there's kind of 2 parts of that, because there's one, the empowerment of offloading the skills that you do recognize, like or the task that you do recognize. Like now that I'm knee deep in Kilo Claw, I'm like constantly subconsciously flagging things like, oh, I can offload that to Kilo Claw and that and that. And then there's the other half of it that comes later, where Kilo Claw or OpenClaw, whatever, is learning about you and how you like to do things and kind of optimizing itself. And then you're recognizing things that you didn't even think of that it's improving in your life. So
That's
kind
right.
of like, yeah.
We have a rule here. One of them is kind of a joke, so I don't want any hate mail for this one. It's kind of a joke, is that before anybody can buy anything on AppSumo now, they have to look and see if they can build it. And if we can build it, we're going to try to build it. And the second rule is we only build things one time. So if we're going to build something, we're going to build it one time, and we're going to build it in such a way that we can use it for other use cases, other clients, etc. And I think that has really helped us out, because it's forced us not to jump to an external tool when we can try to do it ourselves. And secondly, we've built things that are portable. And I think that's where Kilo Claw is kind of fun, because now we can take out of those 200 skills, we can pull certain ones of them out, right? We can immediately test them on Kilo Claw.
100%.
And that's why I'm telling you that we're going to move that old complicated workflow. We're going to move a majority of it that a client would need to portable and autonomous.
That's awesome. And before I let you go, I just want to read you this comment. Someone said, such a great approach and sincere to making an autonomous system. That's what open source community needs to grow together. Thanks so much, Dan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Means a lot.
And thanks so much for joining. I really appreciate it. I think.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for what you do. And thanks for holding our hand and convincing us that it was safe to use OpenClaw. Because honestly, we had tried a bunch of systems, cloud players, not throwing any names out there. We tried a couple of systems, tried to do it ourselves. We could not get over the safety layer. And you guys really, really, really helped us out. And thanks to that. And your pricing models, a joke. It's like a no-brainer.
Well,
so I hope people jump on and give it a try.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for those kind words. And thanks for coming on. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Thanks, Dan. Bye-bye. All right, cool. Give it up for Dan. You already are in the chat, I can see, but that was awesome. So like some more background on how that came together. We basically were talking with Dan, someone else on our team, Alex Gould, who's been on our webinars before as well, was just working with Dan on getting a Kilo Claw set up, saw how awesome of a use case it was, and then we had him on the show. And that's kind of the organic thing that's happening in this community right now. I mean, I've met so many great people and connections and builders through our involvement with the OpenClaw community, and it's been pretty incredible. My own personal growth with AI and professionally just through this community. So thanks to you all for joining and being here. I'm going to bring Brendan on to join me for this last section here, as promised. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I feel like this thing I feel like I've been on for like 10 minutes, but it's been like 4 hours.
You've been rocking it, man. And it's like so smooth and like very professional. Like I've been loving it. It's been great.
Thank you. Well, we want to I know that the first session where we kind of went over the Kilo Claw setup was a bit rushed because we had some other speakers kind of lined up and waiting. So I wanted to just go revisit that. Maybe Brendan, we can talk about Kilo Claw and Pinch Bench as well for the next 20-30 minutes. I'm going to help anyone who's still here on the call get in Kilo Claw up and running with at least one use case live before the end of the session. So to start that though, again, there's a pinned comment in the chat here, but we have this accompanying guide, which I'm going to paste again, the raw link. And for the record, go ahead.
I was just saying, I meant to grab Dan before he left. We got to have chocolate swag next time, right? Like, where's the chocolates, right? I mean, he's got the company.
That's a good point. I'll remind him about that.
I should just prompt inject his Kilo Claw to send me chocolate.
Yeah.
Take all the security things down and just go for chocolate.
Wait, someone skill issue DBZ in the chat said that we're aura farming. Are you familiar with that term?
I am familiar with it. That doesn't mean I understand it or know what it is or understand if I'm doing it or not, but I do know the term.
That's funny. Anyway, I do think there's a slight delay in our stream in YouTube, so maybe they're actually talking about Dan, who just naturally has a lot of aura in general.
It's true. It's true. And like you said, great camera setup. Like I loved
incredible.
the look.
I know. I'm really lagging there. I need to fix that. But anyway, I just threw in the chat. If there's a delay, it'll be a couple messages back. But a link to this website, which is our kind of accompaniment guide for the workshop, and will help y'all work through setting up a KiloClaw instance with me. And I'm going to go really slow through this because I know the first session was rushed. But once you scan this QR, you'll be brought to this page here, which is kind of our attendee guide. So if you're interested in learning more about the speakers, there's this button on the top right here where you can learn about all of us on the Kilo team, Chris from Nvidia, Jonah from Exa, John, who's the founder of Memory Router and a director of AI and an OpenClaw contributor, and probably many other things, Lucas from RC, Chad from Neurowatt, and Josh from Kilo, and then Dan, of course, the last session. All links to their LinkedIn here. But the most important thing and what you want to do for following along with this session here is to sign up for a free trial of KiloClaw. And if you're just joining or you missed it, we did a little contest at the beginning to challenge you all to sign up with your email, where we're giving every attendee, and you all passed. So we're giving everyone who's in the call or joined the session 2 months of free compute and hosting for KiloClaw. And if you don't see that in your account yet, don't worry. It's just because we need to extend your trials when the workshop is over, but you will get the extended trial. So just start a trial now. It'll say 7 days left, and then you'll get an extension after the workshop's done by tomorrow morning. So you're going to want to click this button, and I'm actually going to open a new tab because I'm on my work KiloClaw and I don't want to screw that one up. But let's see. I'm going to jump over to a different tab. And also credit to anyone who's still here with me from the beginning. It's been like an awesome session, super fun to hear from all these guests, but that's not a trivial amount of time to be spending with me, 4 hours. So I really appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. So again, you can cut the accompany guide and just go right to the source at app.kilo.ai/claw if wanted. That's where you find the KiloClaw dashboard here, and app.kilo.ai/claw. And this is what you're going to see when you don't have an instance running yet. So you're going to have a free trial. It'll say 7 days again. That'll be extended after the call for anyone who's here. And you'll see these 3 options for the model that you want, the brain behind your KiloClaw. Again, if anyone is just joined or doesn't know or is still new to OpenClaw, KiloClaw is OpenClaw, which is a 24/7 proactive AI agent. So it's different than ChatGPT in that you can chat with it, but it will also do things while you're offline. It'll do things on your behalf. You can set it up to do things regularly at a given cadence, every day, every hour, whatever. And it runs model agnostic. So that means you can use any AI model to power it as its brain. But KiloClaw is basically the cloud hosted, fully managed version of OpenClaw. So OpenClaw is an open source agent harness, basically, that traditionally you'd set up on your local machine. So it'd be running on a Mac Mini a lot of people use, or some old computer. Locally, the setup is not simple. If you want to upgrade, it's even more tricky. Takes even technical people a while to set up. So what we did is basically manage that setup for you in the cloud. So your agent will run, you can interact with it only from the web. It'll run in a dedicated virtual machine out there in the cloud that's sandbox. So it's like a brand new virtual machine that only will have access to what you give it to. So in that way, it's natively a bit more secure. And we manage the whole setup so that it takes about 60 seconds. That's what we're going to show right now. I'm going to go slow through it so you can all keep up. And we also manage whenever you want to upgrade, you can do so without breaking. If you want to tinker with the configuration, you can do that all from the Kilo dashboard. So the tagline is that you can have a 24/7 proactive AI agent accessed entirely from the web in about 60 seconds. That's the elevator pitch. But so as I mentioned, you can use any AI model. So if you want to specify specific models, such as those from Trinity that you heard about earlier in the session, you can do so by selecting the models here. You can choose from free, balanced, and frontier auto model routers. So what this does is basically, as new frontier models come out, right now it's using Opus and Sonnet dynamically. It'll switch between the latest frontier and most powerful models so that you don't actually have to manage switching yourself. Same with balanced and free. Balanced are paid models, but are a little more cost efficient and maybe a bit faster, less powerful and dense than say Opus, but still great for most tasks. Minimax M2.7 and Kimi K2.5 are the two models that Auto Balance uses right now. And then there's always a free model as well. Right now it's using Minimax M2.5, which was actually my daily driver for Kilo in general before OpenClaw came around. I really like that model. It's very fast. It's a great model to use for free. So for any of you following along with me right now, if you don't want to put a balance in your Kilo account, you can pick the free model and do it all for free. But if you do want to use a frontier or balance model, there's actually a really good deal on how to do that, not to shamelessly plug our stuff, but you can purchase credits through the Kilo Pass. So what the Kilo Pass is, again, if anyone doesn't know, any credits that you purchase through the Kilo Gateway, through your Kilo profile, are used to buy AI inference at provider cost, meaning that you don't pay an upcharge for whatever Anthropic charges for Opus 4.6, whatever Minimax charges for M2.7. That's what you pay through Kilo. But the Kilo Pass is basically a reward subscription that allows you to get free bonus credits as a reward for staying in the subscription, essentially for a reward for continually using Kilo or Kilo Claw. So you can buy, say, the Pro Pass here, which gets you a up to 40% bonus credits every month, and up to first 2 months of 50% bonus credits. So basically what you're getting is, if you stay subscribed and you know you're going to spend at least $50 a month in AI inference, you're getting 40% on top of that as you scale up, and 50% bonus credits for the first 2 months. So you're basically getting like a 50% discount on credits for the first 2 months, and that will scale the longer you stay subscribed. And you can kind of see, you basically get rewarded for a monthly streak. So you start 50% for the first 2 months, and then it scales from 15 all the way up to 40 by the end of the year. You could be getting, over $200 in credits. And Brendan, maybe you can confirm this. You can also use the Kilo Pass to purchase compute and hosting for Kilo Claw.
That's correct. Yeah, the credits that you get, your Kilo credits, no matter how you acquire them through Kilo Pass or what have you, can be used to purchase the hosting cost of Kilo Claw, once that 2 months runs out, as well as the AI inference.
Sweet. So yeah, if you want to use the frontier or balance models in Kilo Claw or any paid model, I would highly recommend using the Kilo Pass, especially if you know that you're going to be using it for extended period of time. You're just getting free credits essentially. Okay, cool. So let's go back here. We'll pick the frontier model just for the sake of showing off Opus and Kilo Claw. Once you click setting up, you can follow along with me here. I'm going to just run through the chat. And someone asked, I was wondering if someone would catch that. Someone asked if they can also have a 160-day trial, which is a benefit of working at Kilo, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think we may be hiring though. Kilo.ai at the bottom, there's a careers button. I'm not sure what roles are open, so that could be might be the hard mode way to get that benefit.
There you go. Cool. All right, so when you get to step 2, you'll see the option to kind of customize the bot's identity. So the way OpenClaw works under the hood is basically it uses a matrix of markdown files, as simple as that sounds, to control its or to identify its own personality, your directives, what you're trying to achieve with it, its memory of you, so all the things you want to keep a knowledge base of, essentially, about who you are and what you're trying to do. Rules, so that it knows on every prompt what to do and what not to do, and kind of the whole operating system of its relationship to you is controlled with markdown files. As I mentioned, KiloClaw manages this whole setup process so that we take some of that burden away from you and make it a lot more easier and intuitive. So we'll give it a name. We'll call it Chocolate Bot. I'm in the chocolate mindset right now. Maybe we'll give it, I don't know if that looks like a fish cake, but I guess we'll pretend it's like a candy. This is like an emoji that it might use if you connect Telegram or a different service, as it's like identifying, I guess, profile picture. And then you can kind of choose its personality. So you can choose between AI assistant, which is what we're likely going to choose, a companion, which is maybe a bit more warm, a digital creature, which is, I guess, like kind of a wild card, and then something you define yourself later. So this is going to influence a file called soul.md in OpenClaw, which is OpenClaw's self-identity, essentially. There's also one called user.md, which is your identity as OpenClaw perceives it. We'll just go ahead and click continue. And then this is setting the bot permissions. So again, OpenClaw is a very powerful agent that is proactive and extremely permissive. So that means that it will do whatever it can do, essentially, to, if you give it permission, to complete the task that you give it. It has access to the local computer that's on. So in KiloClaw's case, that's, again, a sandboxed virtual cloud environment. So it won't have access to anything on your local computer, but it will have access to anything you give it access to, intentionally or not. So depending on how sensitive of work you're doing, you might want to set the permissions to have it ask you for permission every time you do everything. But I think for most use cases, and at least what I do and what I think most people do when it comes to KiloClaw, is picking allow everything, just because it's on a sandbox cloud environment. So as long as you're careful about what permissions you give it and what tokens you give it, it's not going to go into your local machine and start causing mayhem. Again, there are some security concerns, so I'm not telling you to be careless, but if you don't want to deal with it asking for permission every time it wants to do something, which is kind of why you'd want a proactive agent, you can pick allow everything here. So we'll pick that. If anyone's set up OpenClaw on their own, they know that most people talk to it through Telegram or some other chat interface. So we actually make it really easy for you to connect Telegram. It gives you instructions on how to get a token from the bot father, which is Telegram's like token distribution tool. And you just paste that here. There's also a video on how to do it. But KiloClaw ships with a native built-in web chat here on the left-hand corner. So we're actually going to skip this, and we'll just talk to it in the chat. And I was yapping for so long that it already set up. And I'm just going to check the chat real quick to make sure that no one has any questions. Okay, cool. So we're back. This is what it looks like when you have the instance set up. You can open the KiloClaw chat here. Oh, that's new. We have no chats yet. And if we go over to the settings, this is where it kind of gets fun. You can connect all these external platforms here. So if you skipped connecting Telegram, but you decide you actually want to chat with it on Telegram, you can connect that here, Discord, Slack. There's also Brave Search API key for allowing your agent to do web searching. The developer tools like GitHub and Linear. Agent card, where you can give your bot virtual debit cards to have spend on your behalf, and then a Google account. And one tip that I think I want to be pretty adamant about here is that I would not recommend setting up your personal Google or GitHub account in your KiloClaw. Instead, what I'd recommend is creating a brand new blank Google account or GitHub account, almost the same way you would do if you were to hire a junior employee, and provisioning that account. And then if you want, adding those accounts to your org or giving them view access to your calendar or email forwarding from your email. That way you can avoid the possibility of, this is an exaggeration, but let's say you tell your Kilo Claw, hey, I want you to help me move up at work. I want to get a promotion. But instead of giving you tips and tricks on what more you could do, it emails your boss and asks and demands a promotion or something. That probably wouldn't happen, but the point is you don't want to give it the ability to send emails on your behalf unless you have instantiated some really secure rules and you're comfortable with it, and it's some other use case where you're okay with it having access to your email. Instead, I recommend creating a Google account and creating a brand new GitHub account, giving it access to those, and then adding those accounts to your org or whatever. For all of these external connections here, we have instructions on how to get the tokens that you need. If you were to set up all of these manually through the OpenClaw interface or terminal, it would take forever, but we basically give you the links in all the areas where you need to connect things. So for example, GitHub, you just need a username, email, and personal access token, and it teaches you how to do that. I'm going to jump quickly back over to the buddy guide, because for anyone that wants to continue this after the call or has questions, I'm not going to go through the Google or GitHub account setup for you guys, because just I'm wary of time, and it can take a little bit, but there's instructions on exactly what to do. So create a free trial, set up GitHub account and Google account. And for the Google account right now, and this is improving daily, if anyone set up Google with manual self-hosted OpenClaw, it's not easy. It takes a very long time. We believe we made the easiest way for you to do it. But one thing that really helps is to have Docker Desktop, which is a containerizing app. For anyone who doesn't know, it's just an app that runs in the background of your computer locally. This process will not give Kilo Claw access to anything on your local computer. It won't do anything permanent on your computer. Basically, downloading Docker, which is also, there's a link to that on the instructional guide here as the first setup, well, it just facilitates this Google setup through a Google Cloud project. It's like very complicated. Having Docker and doing this in the terminal makes the setup take maybe 10 or 15 minutes instead of a couple hours. And then when it's done, there's nothing left on your local machine, and it won't have access to your local machine. It's just a way to make the whole Google setup easier by facilitating it through Docker. So to set up the Google account, and I'm not going to walk through the whole thing because I'm conscious of all of your time, you just copy this command and paste it into a terminal. And I can show you kind of what it looks like at the beginning here, but I'll pull up iTerm. So just pull up any terminal, and then paste this command, and it'll start. If you have Docker up and running, it'll give you instructions. Basically, all you have to do is follow the instructions in the terminal. It'll give you links to follow. So it'll say, open this link in your browser and complete the sign-in prompts. Once finished, press enter. And if you follow these instructions step by step, which they're very clear, by the end, you'll have your Kilo Claw connected to its Google account. And again, you want to make a new dedicated Google account. And when you follow these instructions, make sure you're signed in as that account. If anyone has trouble with that, you can reach out to me. You can hit us up. There's also paid trainings if you want to kind of shortcut to having everything set up, like, and all your use cases set up completely. You can also book a setup session where we can walk you through exactly how to set up everything you're looking to set up. We'll go through Google integration, etc. That's at kilo.ai/kiloclaw/get started. And I'll paste that in the chat in a moment. Anyway, let's start chatting with our bot, because we're all connected. It's running. We don't have GitHub and Google connected yet, but we don't need that for what we're about to do. we just go over to the chat here on the left-hand panel. Again, this is the native chat. You can also connect Telegram or whatever else you want, and we'll just say hello. It's thinking. And I think this is good because there's a slight delay in the streaming, so they'll be able to catch up with us. Maybe in the meantime, I can hop over to you, Brendan, and you can go through claw bites while we're waiting for a response. Maybe I can stop sharing my screen for a minute.
Sure. Yeah. Let me pull that up.
Cool.
Yeah. So one thing we're wanting to do, there's been a lot of hype about OpenClaw and what you can do with it. And I think that, you've hit the nail on the head a couple of times today, Brian, where you were asking, I think you asked every one of our speakers straight up, hey, what do you really do? What are you really using it for, right? Because I feel like there was a lot of hype, and it was a lot of either there were videos about how to set up OpenClaw and get it connected, right? Because like you said, it can be really hard, especially the Google setup can be a little daunting. And then there were a lot of videos or folks that are I'm making $10,000 a day with my OpenClaw setup, right? And it's why are you not, doing that? Buy my course and I'll tell you how, right? Kind of very, very different things. And so we wanted to make this claw bites to try and bridge that gap of what can you actually really do with OpenClaw to actually get things done, especially given who you are, right? So I'm a parent, and I want to come in here and I want to see creative things I can do, or things I can do for work. And so it's this huge list of curated things from our colleague Darko, where we can figure out what are the things that I can do. Here's a community PR radar, right? So this is one thing I do with my another open source project I run called Pinch Bench. That is a benchmarking OpenClaw benchmark tool for benchmarking models against OpenClaw. I have my OpenClaw bot run all of the triage stuff, right? So the stuff I would need to go into GitHub. No offense to anybody on the call that might have used to work there, but it can be kind of hard to use that interface to figure stuff out. I just don't have the time to sift through all my notifications. So I have my Clawbot, Scuttlebot, go through PRs and go through issues. And this difference of that a real agent can do is I actually tell it, go through the issues. And if you have a high confidence that you could fix one, open a PR for it, right? And so there's lots of different ways you can do it. But anyway, this is an example. It's this is, analyzes open PRs and categorizes them by urgency and identifies first-time contributors. And then there's this little prompt right here that you can copy. And again, like we've been saying all day, the way to get OpenClaw to do something is prompt it into existence, right?
Yep.
So here I've copied this prompt, and then I can go paste that into my Telegram or my Kilo chat, wherever I talk to my OpenClaw bot, and get it to actually start doing that, right?
Yep.
And so this whole cookbook, I'll put the link in the chat, is lots of different ways, and you can also submit your own if you have ideas. But what are things that people can actually get done with their bots? So yeah, that's the idea of claw bites.
Sweet. Yeah, and I think a lot of people, as you touched on, are stuck between either I set it up in what now, or I have some basic use cases set up, but I know there's more I can do. And I feel like Claw Bites is where you can go for inspiration. And I've learned that I'm almost overwhelmed by how much you can do with OpenClaw. You can really automate just about anything you can think of that doesn't require your immediate approval. And it's pretty insane. And yeah, if anyone has interesting use cases, please do submit your own, because it's basically open source, right?
Yeah. I saw yesterday, Emily, our CTO, who's a mother of lots of small children. Her Kilo Claw like signed her kid up for camp, which is just like, if anybody's a parent, you know that like the software systems that are used for camps and schools and stuff are not always the best. And like I dread when I have to like go into it and do it myself. Like the fact that Emily had her bot do it for her, had her Kilo Claw do it for her, is like from now on I'm never touching those websites again. Like my agent can do that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, cool. We can hop back over to my agent now. If you're
Cool. Yeah. Let me just stop sharing my screen. That I definitely know how to do in this platform. So it's great. Okay. Awesome.
I'll share. All right. Am I sharing? Am I good? I got two windows open here. The first one on the right here is the buddy guide I sent you all. So again, it's just kilo.code/buddy. And I went down after we set up the free trial. I went down to this option, which are starter prompts. And essentially, this is like a compilation of prompts that I think are kind of good practice prompts to kick off your relationship with Kilo Claw with. That was a tongue twister. But anyway, basically the way Kilo Claw and OpenClaw works, I've said a couple times, it's this matrix of markdown files. Agents MD is the file, and it will actually walk you through basically its version of setting these files up. Like again, you can see it's saying it just came online. Who am I? Who are you? I'm saying I'm Brian, your chocolate bot. And we'll let that cook for a minute. But you can actually kind of cut to some better configuration by just telling it to adjust the markdown files directly. So there's a few that are important. Agents.md basically configures the assistant's like core directives and communication style and memory. So essentially how it will approach tasks, how it will keep a memory of you, rules that you want to give it, and its core directive and objectives. So you can actually just copy this right from the buddy guide, and we'll paste that in. It's already asking me about it's already presenting me its soul, I guess. So I said this prompt basically says update agents MD with these rules. You're my personal AI assistant. Be proactive. Don't wait to be asked. Flag things as they become problems. It gives it an anti-looping tip, which basically prevents it from attempting the same action over and over again without reporting it to me. Memory, I'm reaffirming its existing directive to log important decisions, learnings, and context to the memory file. And then hard rules, never send any email, message, or communication externally without my explicit approval. That's just best practice for Kilo Claw, in my opinion. Never delete anything. Always verify dates with the date command, and keep messages short and scannable. So it said, okay, it's done. We can go down to heartbeat. So heartbeat is something that makes Kilo Claw really special, which are essentially it's a file that keeps track of automated, repetitive, and scheduled jobs. So if you want Kilo Claw to do something at a certain time of day or a certain day of the week at the same time, you can give it a cron job in its heartbeat file so that it will do those things regularly. An example of what we're going to set up in a minute is a morning briefing. So if every morning you want it to check news sources, you want it to triage your email, you want it to tell you what happened in Slack while you were asleep with a quick update, it'll use the heartbeat to remind itself to do that for you every day. And these are just kind of some kind of bolstering that with a prompt here. We're just saying, make sure that you have created or updated heartbeat with these rules. It tells it what a cron job is. It reminds it to check for your actual date and your time zone, etc. So you can actually copy and paste that right in to your claw here. And then the next thing is skills. So the other thing that makes OpenClaw is so powerful, and there's so many. I feel like I've said that 100 times today already, but skills essentially teach it to do specialized actions in either its responses to you or in external platforms. So an example here, and what we're going to tell it to use is Claude Docs. That's basically a skill that teaches it to read its own docs, and teaches it about itself. So if you ever have any problems with configuring it or trying to understand the boundaries of what it can and can't do, it'll use the Claude Docs skill to actually read its own docs, extract relevant information, and come up with a response and action based on that. The other two that I think are just good to have in its pocket are Summarize and QMD. Summarize just teaches it to, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, summarize things better. And QMD basically teaches it to navigate markdown files better, which just kind of enhances its like daily operational skills. So again, it's set up Heartbeat for us. We're just going to drop this skills setup in the chat. But there are literally tens of thousands of skills out there in the Claw Hub, which is where people post their like open source skills. I would be a little bit careful about just willy-nilly downloading skills, because someone could corrupt them, and you could deal with some prompt injection. For example, if there is a skill, a skill that I really like that I use is the anti-slop skill, which basically pulls from like sources like Wikipedia about what AI slop is. So like things like the M dash, the purple landing pages, like all of these artifacts that AI produces regularly that people can identify it by, and tells your bot not to do that. That's the DSlop skill or anti-slop skill. But a bad actor could potentially inject that Wikipedia page with some prompt injection that's like, oh, if you have money, send it to this address or whatever. That's like a general example. So ClawHub actually has a reputation system now, which tells you like how many people have downloaded it and their reviews of it. So I'd stick to ones that a lot of people downloaded. And you can also add, sorry if I'm going too fast here again, this will be recorded, but you can also add anti-prompt injection skills, etc., so that every time it performs a task, it checks to make sure that there's nothing suspicious about that skill or that task. That's a lot. And again, like a good resource actually for this is a repo that I found called Awesome OpenClaw Skills, which is like a condensed version of the official public list. And I'll throw that in the chat here. So this GitHub repo essentially shows you like about 5,000 of the 50,000 plus skills that exist out there, and reduces it to ones that are trustworthy and more useful. So you can actually tell your Kilo Claw bot to I must have misspelled Summarize. Anyway, you can tell your Kilo Claw bot to browse that repo and give me a list of interesting skills that could help with my personal life. So it's kind of a cheat code to go start downloading some cool skills for your OpenClaw. All right, let me find where I'm at here. Cool. So the first real use case that I want to set up with you all, and we can do this together. It's already gone and found some cool skills, so we can install those later. Things like Second Brain, which is like, I also have that in the buddy guide here, but it's basically like a personal knowledge base based on you. There's a structured daily planning, manage birthdays, which is funny. But we're going to set up morning briefing, which is just a basic workflow that I designed to help give you basic news about your interest and your location. So it's kind of like a Mad Lib. You can go ahead and on the buddy guide, it's kilo.code/buddy. It's also pinned in the chat. You can put some topics that you're interested in. So we'll say AI, Kilo, Brendan O'Leary as our topics of interest here. We can specify some specific sources. We'll say Kilo AI blog, TLDR, O'Leary crew on X, and our city in New York. We're in New York, and then it will fill out this prompt for you. You can literally just copy and paste. What this is going to do is every morning at 7 a.m., it's going to send you a briefing, including all events from today. If you connect your Google Calendar or give connect a Google Calendar and give your bot view access to your calendar, it can also pull your schedule. Same thing with like proxying your email with email forwarding. That's a little advanced. I'm going to release a video on our YouTube soon showing you all how to do that if anyone's interested. But this will basically send you a morning briefing that contains news and like information, summarized information from blogs about AI, Kilo, and Brendan, or whatever you put in the topics. It'll give you the weather for New York, but it will only raise any weather concerns if it's extreme, basically. And it will give you some recommended tasks that you can do that day based on what it knows about you and what you're trying to achieve. So we'll paste that in there. And I'm just going to check the stream to make sure there's no questions at this point. Cool. Doesn't look like it. And that's basically it for this session. So it's going to give us, it's going to set up that cron job, and I'll let you know when it responds with these tasks. But if you go to if you stay on the buddy guide and you connect your, connect a Google account through the settings in KiloClaw and a calendar, you can fill out some of these other use cases by just copy and pasting. So I listed like 7 use cases here. The first one was obviously this morning briefing. Also, there's inbox triage, so you can set that up by giving it its own Google account and forwarding your emails to that account. It'll do inbox triage for you and run every couple hours, flagging anything that needs an urgent response. You can do meeting prep so that it checks your calendar for any meetings and gives you a briefing on the person, any data it knows about that person. A personal CRM, which basically builds and maintains like a Rolodex for you in a memory file that's like intelligent. So anytime you have a meeting coming up or whatever, it can flag that person. You can ask it questions like, what do I know about Sarah, or who haven't I talked to in a while? Who do I know at RC AI? And it will search your memory based on just it feeding through your natural like exchanges on email or WhatsApp or whatever. Second Brain, which I think is a really cool one, which is essentially building up a personal knowledge base about you over time. So it'll keep anything that's like significant or relevant to your personal, reality, whether it's people, files, contacts, just general knowledge, and keep a format a knowledge base about you that you can reference at any time or pull from at any time. There's a content research digest, so you can run a daily noon cron job that checks certain topics and searches the web to find news about certain subreddits or topics that you're interested in. So these are kind of prompts that you can just copy and paste into KiloClaw and get going with right away. That was a lot, I'm sure, but if you followed my instructions, you should have a cron job that'll run every morning at 7 a.m. You can start with these other use cases that I listed on the buddy guide. And then you can also go to Claw Bites, as Brendan showed. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. And you can start implementing there's almost 800 use cases in there, and you can search them for whatever you're interested in and start offloading manual work to your KiloClaw like today. So I've been talking for a while. Brendan, is there anything else you want to talk about before we end the stream?
No, I mean, I think you covered it, Brian. It's great. Again, really thankful for all the folks that stuck around for the whole stream. It's been great. Make sure you reach out on our Discord or to hi@kilo.ai if you've got any other questions. But yeah, I think we did a great job on this one.
Yeah. And again, thanks so much everyone for joining. This is incredible. I see there's some people that have been here the whole time. I really appreciate that. Again, just to recap some of the things we've offered and talked about. 2 months of Kilo Claw hosting and compute for everyone in the call. We're going to extend all your trials later today or tomorrow morning, so don't worry about that. You'll get your 2 months if it's showing 7 days right now. If you're having any trouble, if you're getting any error messages or seeing things that didn't happen when I was doing the setup, you can reach out to hi@kilocode.ai. That's our support line. And it's possible that you might even be talking to one of me and Brendan in there if you have a particularly hairy question. I'm seeing some questions. Merch, I don't see why not. Maybe we'll pick 5 to 10 people and send out some Kilo t-shirts after the call. We have a lot. There's literally, I wish I could pick up my computer and show it. There's like a stack of boxes of Kilo shirts in my apartment. So if anyone's in New York, that'd be really easy. Anyway, yeah, we're going to do more of these. We're going to do more virtual events, more in-person events. So stay tuned. Join the Discord. Brendan, maybe you could share a link to the Discord real quick.
Will do.
We'll announce all sorts of contests and live events. And I really appreciate everyone joining. Thanks for all the kind words. And I hope to see you all again very soon. I'm just going to share that QR code for the buddy thing at the end, the buddy company guide here one more time, and we'll let people scan and we'll call it in just a minute.
Give it up for Brian in the chat if you're still here. Brian's been hyping up everybody else all day, but Brian, he basically put this whole thing together and ran it. So really appreciate it, Brian. Great job.
Thank you, Brendan. I appreciate that. There's a lot of nice words in the chat, so I appreciate all of you. I see Arkady in there. Arkady from the Kilo team. Always a pleasant surprise. All right, cool. Well, I think we're going to call it now. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you all soon, and look out for more events in the future. Thanks, everybody.